Hello. I made a boo-boo. Wait, hold on. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Wah? Wah. Hello, welcome into Waffles. Hi, Blue. How's it going? Ariel, Wispy, Wisbert. Music is loud. Got it. I will lower it. Thank you so much. I did not realize OBS is such a liar when it comes to audio. But how is my mic? I have a fancy new mic. Thanks to my Throne gifters. Guma's quiet. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Is this better? I feel like I'm really loud, but I can't tell. Is it better? Oh, my game audio going. Oh, that's a little loud. Okay, so I finally cracked into the Go XLR that I was gifted last year. So this is we're testing some audio stuff today because this is my first time streaming with my new mic and Go XLR. Fun stuff. So if there is gonna be some audio stuff, please let me know right away. I would love to fix that as soon as possible. I hate to grate on people's ears. But that's good to hear, Blue. Final Fantasy. Ooh, how are you enjoying 15? Hi, Fizzle. Welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy your smoothie. Yeah, I am a frazzled streamer, to be quite honest with you. But home stuff. Hi, Aunt. How's it going? How you been? I haven't seen you in a hot second. You might have to adjust its position. Oh, it's it has been a time. Is this a little better? I don't know how much you hear from me, like adjusting my mic. Unfortunately, it's because my chat is on the left side, but my game is on the right. So it'll probably be better when I'm playing, but this is now me. I moved over my OBS since I don't really need it too much. That's rough, buddy. Thanks. But let me see. I'm gonna be playing some Monster Hunter World. If anybody would like to join, you are welcome to. It's just gonna be super casual though. Honestly, I don't mind playing by myself for this. I'm only HR 5. Hello. Thank you for the love beam. Ooh, do you play, Blue? What do you play? With World, I'm playing Charge Blade right now with World, but I've kind of switched around weapons each game. Hi, Mew. I'm Guma. Oh, how appropriate, Ariel. Look at that. A peach smoothie just for you. Dual blade wield. I see. So I'm coming from Rise and Sunbreak. I mained on Switch Rise. I mained Hunting Horn, but on PC Rise, I switched it up to Hammer, and then actually, yeah, I switched it up to Hammer, and then Sunbreak I'm doing kind of a mix of things. Wiz, you got to get it on a sale next time. Does your PC run? Excuse me. I don't have an easily toggleable mute button now that I'm on my new mic, Lamau. But your PC can run You have a new PC now, right? You don't. You are not. Okay, yeah. You should wait for another. You should wait for a sale for World. I just recently had a sale. I say recently, but maybe a couple months ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you can join in. There's a lot of people that have been playing World on Twitch, but almost like 90% of them are on PC. Very unfortunately. Spring sale. Yeah, yeah. Spring sale. Spring sale. Spring sale. You went broadsword for a while. Ooh. Waffles! Thank you so much for the gift sub to Int. Int! Enjoy your pancakes. Enjoy your pancakes. But longsword in wait, in DB? In DB? In DB? Oh, and dual blade in world. I was like, huh? Okay, I remember you playing dual blade on Switch Rise. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, but I'm switching it up. I'm trying to remember. I always try to remember. I've been good about playing different weapons each game. I will play a weapon though for hundreds of quests, and then I'll be like, oh, I should probably switch it up. But whatever is cute, whatever is pretty. Ariel is old and tall. Uh huh. Morello, so what are you? What are you? Are you short and young? Monster Hunter, Warframe. I know. You play so much Final Fantasy also though. Oh, but yeah, is it your first time playing 15 Blue? You've been summoned back. The Final Fantasy talk caught you? No, okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Nice. It's okay. I stand with you as old enough to know it from NES. Oh goodness. I didn't get to play video games as a wee bab because my parents didn't believe in buying me game consoles. My first game console was a pink translucent Game Boy Advance back in like third grade. So I didn't get any of the old consoles, unfortunately. Ariel is tall. I believe you. I believe you. Had to borrow, bribe your cousin. Oh yeah, yeah. If I ever played on a quote unquote large console like the GameCube, it was at my neighbor's house that I would just go walk over and be like, hey, I want to play Tales of Symphonia or Tales of the Abyss, and so I'd be playing then. First console was the NES. Oh yeah, yeah. No, my parents are first what is it called? Immigrants. So video games, what's that? Did not have the money for it. My parents are very much so in med and are just like, yep, you're focusing on school. And I was like, ah, okay. So I got in trouble a lot as a kid when I would play on my Game Boy Advance. I definitely got grounded several times for playing instead of doing homework. Ooh, actually, speaking of my Game Boy Advance, I wonder if I can get it to work. Probably just have to pop in some new batteries. Hi, Tato. Welcome in, welcome in. First console that your parents bought? N64. Yeah, see, I only ever got to... I didn't play the NES. I did play on Nintendo 64. I played Ocarina of Time at my neighbor's at my neighbor's house. I think my first big console was a Wii. Yeah, and that's like a relatively small console now, right? Yeah, it was definitely the Wii. It was I remember playing Pokemon Coliseum, Wii Sports, that sort of stuff. Yeah, same. Nintendo kid. Yeah. I haven't really been like I didn't do Sony until the PS3. And I only got a PS3 because my brother was begging for one, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, hey, parents, please." Quote unquote, we can have bonding time. My brother and I did not have bonding time. We had an 8-year age gap. Until 14, 15. Yeah, I think that's about the time that I ended up getting a PlayStation 3. I can't remember, but it was always handheld for me. So PSP, that stuff. My first Final Fantasy game was actually, I think I played a bit of 10 back at my uncle's in the Philippines. So I was like, ooh. B Dog, look at that sniff emote. Hello, hello. How's it going, B Dog? Your first was 14? Lamau. Yeah, I played 10. And there was another one. I can't remember which one it was, to be quite honest with you. Um, but after that, like my own, like out of choice, like, hey, I played this game. 15 was my first one, so I was just like, yeah. You're enjoying 10, but you hate Blitzball. No, Blue, I shake your hand. Crisis was my first one back on PSP. Was my first official. Actually, yeah, no, it wasn't 15. It was Crisis Core. It was my first official one back in very very long time ago, underaged. Nah, it's okay. I want to play the new Crisis Core. I have that still in my library that I've been meaning to play. It is in my queue, so I'll get to it eventually. I'm also very 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 enamored by Zach. God, my memories of Blitzball comes from like Kingdom Hearts though, and I hated Blitzball on Kingdom Hearts. Zach is a good boy. He is my favorite. He is my absolute favorite Final Fantasy boy. I'm sorry, Cloud lovers. Zach is top tier. Zach Fair is top tier. Blitzball. The trauma, the PTSD that everyone is feeling right now. Oh, while I'm chatting, I should probably set up a room. That'd be a good idea, huh? Let me do that right now, and I can get some stuff up. Excuse me. Oops, I went back. I have a hard time doing Monster Hunter World because I'm not used to it. I did try to play it on PlayStation when it first came out, and I was like, ah. Have a good lurk, Waffles. Have some fun goofing around. Let me make sure. Here's my Poogie. You want to play Rebirth so you can see more Zack? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sad because I still have Remake and I have to play through that, and then I hear that you have to play Rebirth for the after, and I'm like, ah, the Crisis Core, the most important game to me. Obsessed with Lulu. Ooh. Let me. Okay, I think I'm pretty much set up. Oh, also, I announced it on my Twitter, but I do finally opened up my own Discord. Let me get a link for that before I forget. I am all over the place when it comes to things. Where is my link? Is this the link? Copy link. Okay. I will set that up right now. Hey Rye, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Here, will you get the ASMR with the new fancy mic? No, you can't. Okay. Hi Goku, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, something you get. Yeah, thank you, Arello. I've been super super nervous about opening up my own space. But oh, hello, audio. The delay on that. Yeah, it's going. What's up with you, Rye? What's up with you? Let me put this. Yeah, yeah, new cafe, new cafe. Hold on. Why is that? Will this link work? If it does, I'll leave that there for a little bit, and then I will open up I will open up the lobby in a moment, and I will copy paste this. Just woke up for Ramadan day 4. Oh, happy! I'm so sorry. I'm not very knowledgeable in this, but I hope you're having a good Ramadan. It worked. Perfect. Good, good, good. I just copied it from Twitter. But yes, there is Cafe Morimitsu is open. So if you need stream pings, you can get it there in case you don't use Twitter for any sort of like stream notifications or Twitch for stream notifications. I am chatting away over there. Yeah. How are you celebrating Ramadan, Goku? So many wholesome stickers and emotes. Sus. Yeah, you know me, Arello. I fully embrace the sus. You can call me sus. I'm pretty sus. How do I? Yeah, so copy session ID. Wee. Okay. Let me actually figure out how to do this. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Casual open a lobby. And then I should also copy my Discord so that that doesn't get lost. Good morning, Lexi. Thanks for bringing in my package. Much appreciated. Cafe soft launch? Question mark? Question mark? It's a Goomba. It is a Goomba. Yeah. Any new friends coming in? Y'all don't know my best balloons, and also my housemate. Please go check out your galaxy. If you like retro, you like chatting, you love Pokemon, please check her out. Check her out. Face off launch, and then casual open lobby. Let me repin this. This is gonna be the new. This is gonna be. Oh, why is there an error? Uh oh. I can't unpin that, and then pin this one. Uh-oh. I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer. I know how to do this. I can find this. Where did they go? There we go. Manually until end of stream. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, what's for breakfast? I had a really quick meal before stream, and I'm feeling a little eepy, but we'll see how that goes with some Monhan. Yeah, so just a friendly reminder, it's gonna be a super casual lobby. If you'd like to join, please feel free to join. But I am a very low HR. And I'm just kind of like taking my time going through the cutscenes and through all the assignments. I should turn on my controller. Yeah, did you get some good sleep, Laxi? I hope I didn't wake you up while I was cooking. Did that work? Did that work? Oh no, wait. Is it gonna do that thing? Controller? Will you connect? Oh my god, yeah. Open world games always get me so distracted. I don't know if you play 14. I'm a big 14 nerd. I will get distracted by like 10 plus different side quests, and I'm just like, ah, okay. How do I... Is there a quick way to switch over to my controller? I wish there was an easier way to do this. Oh my god, 55 hours. VK, what's up? Hello. Ah, nice. Nice pickup. You need to have focus. Yeah, you have to have focus, just like Aurello. This... Oh, okay, hold on. I knew I was gonna have issues with this, so actually, please disregard.
It's you!
It's me. It is me. I am gay. Please disregard the lobby code. I have to reset it and make sure that my controller is on for this, unfortunately. Will it work? Will it do the thing? Will it do a good thing? Erlo, you hyper focus though, don't you? Yeah, I think 15. I ended up having about like 90 hours on it. Can't think of anything else. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to do that weird thing where I plug in my controller. Oh, actually, we're good. Perfect. I do have the controller set already. Okay, let me just get a new lobby code. Yeah, finished. Oh, did you finish Omicron this weekend? Or are you asking me, Aurello? Because I am planning on finishing that soon. I can hope I can get that soon. Okay, we're gonna copy that. Me, it's me. No, not yet. I think I'm about halfway through. I am about halfway through. I'm gonna post this. Found your people. Yeah, everyone who listens into streamer and game. Oh my god. Yeah, no. I spend my time. I spend my time with these games. So this should be the new lobby code. People are welcome to join in. Let me move over to that screen before I forget. But yeah. You're definitely amongst good people. Promise you. I can't speedrun games. I like to take my time with things. There's sometimes where I'm just like, okay, I can maybe wait, hello, how do I run? How do I dash? Oh no. All of the games lately that I have been playing dash in different with different buttons, and I'm just like, oh no. Is it R2? I hope it's R2. Feels like R2. I can't tell anymore. That's fine. Yes, I will get the title though. I promise I will get the Barista at the End of the Universe title soon. Assassin's Creed is oh my gosh, that's a game I haven't I don't know. That's a game I haven't been able to play. I like watching other people play it though. It's definitely a game I've seen a lot of people play forever and ever of. Yeah, honestly, with the price of games lately, what was it? Persona itself was well, I paid 99 because I got the limited edition, the premium collector's edition, so I could get all the DLC, and I really wanted that. But like that's a game I'm gonna sink like 100 plus hours into because I love Persona. Yeah, I also grew up with oh my god, during COVID when obviously Animal Crossing New Horizons was like super big. I think I ended up taking the optional leave of absence from work, and I clocked in 500 hours into New Horizons. I was like, oops, what did I I didn't mean to do that. Yes, I did hear Yoshi is gonna make 14 harder. I'm kind of excited about that. So for those that don't know, I have been playing a lot of. Oh, I just realized I'm the Gathering Hub. I've been playing a lot of 14, usually on the weekends. I play with a pretty steady static of people who will like come in and out. We just cleared Barbie, EX, but Pina and I have been wanting to learn how to do EX raids so that we can eventually get into Savage. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Persona, yeah. What's your favorite Persona? -3. So you will usually see me playing for hours on end and then crying about Akihiko. How is the music and how is the game sound? I just realized there is no game sound. Hold on, I'm a fool. I'm gonna put on the game sound. There's a little bit of game sound, and I know the music is going. Is this good for everybody? Is that good? Spent a lot of time in Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh yeah. oh wait, we talked about this on Twitter, Blue. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love Akihiko. Oh. He has been tattooed permanently on my body. Ikimashou. Oh no. What is this one? Oh wait. Okay, so I don't know a lot of the monsters in this game because I feel like they brought back a lot of old ones. Still not letting. No, yeah, same. Okay, but they're doing. There are some modders who have been working on the FMC mod, which I'm very excited about. And since I play on PC, I'm kind of like, ooh, maybe. I pray. I'll do chef's choice. We'll just go with whatever. Hi, how are you doing, Ace? How's it going? How's it going? Thank you for redeeming Altguma. Wait, what? Sephiroth slander. Who said this? Me? Me? It is. Hello, it is me in the flesh. How are you? What you been up to? No, I did not catch Goku. Okay, but the ads for oh man, the ads for Rebirth were so homoerotic. Please, you can't hate Sephiroth. No. You're good. Hi Venna. It is a mother friggin' Guma. Welcome back, Ariel. I do believe I have some ads going in 2 minutes. So if there's anybody who's gonna get sucked into the ads, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'd appreciate if you stuck around. It's just to help remove the pre-roll for anybody popping in from new chats and whatnot. I did make a boo-boo though, and I did do minute and a half ads every half hour instead of the 3 minutes per hour that I was supposed to set. So if it is a little frequent, I apologize. What ads? I have a little thing that's saying it's supposed to start in like 2 minutes, so. I did forget to get the little fishing game though for the ad breaks, so I will just sit here chatting, I guess. Give it a minute. Yeah, how are you, Venna? And also PTSD from Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm still waiting for 4. It'll be another 84 years before we get it. Yeah. You busy with school, Ace? Gonna get your also, that's big. Master's degree? That is a lot of time that you decided to put in, and oh my gosh. That is very, very awesome. And a midterm. Oh my god, good luck with midterms. I hope you're studying. Study hard, study hard. Zora. God, I need to fix my ears. Okay, I realize that they're switched. So this is supposed to be for my normal model. And the alt one is supposed to be for this one. Thank you, Ace. Oh man, Kingdom Hearts is a very long story to get into for a game that has not, like, for a story that hasn't finished. So I don't fault you for not continuing too much. Thank you for the head pats, Waffles. Just wait, yeah, soon. I pray for the Kingdom Hearts fans. Listen, I was sucked into it for a while, so I understand. I've just kind of given up with and compartmentalized the story into the back of my head, and I'm just like, well, you know, it'll happen one day. Ooh, okay. The cutscenes for World are so freaking cool. Oh, what am I doing? Huh? What am I doing? What? Am I supposed to be? Oh, I'm supposed to be here? Oh my god, I was not prepared for this. I have not played this game in a hot second. Where am I supposed to go? There we go. I have 0 ballista. I'm a fool. Okay, I'm glad the ads are happening because then people don't have to witness me fumble. Hello? Can I should have gotten into like a regular gathering quest. I'm a fool. Attack to weaken Zora Magdaros. Can I use this one? No, nothing has ballistas. Where am I? Oh, I see. Hello? Cannons. That would be smart to put them into cannons. There you go. Just gonna fire this, I guess. Yay. Okay. Is this like rampage quests? Is this what this is? Okay, I see. Hi, Raph. How's it going? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thank you for leaving a lurk. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a good one. Take it easy. I will be here. Where am I supposed to hit it? Oh, I see. Belly? Belly. Belly. Okay. Okay, welcome back to those who are coming from ads. I don't remember what I was saying, but I think I was just talking about how this reminds me of Rampage quests from Rise. Can I get more? Can I get more at once? Can I just grab a bunch? Oh, I see. Okay, that's max. Oh, okay. Oh, you're doing the MSQ? Oh my god, please enjoy Endwalker, Raph. It's so good. I'm so glad you've made it so far. You are going to cry. You're going to cry. Also, yeah, I'm very excited for Wilds. I have a feeling it's going to be much closer to this game, which is like the one kind of Monster Hunter game that I have the least amount of experience in, because I've only ever played like the 3DS versions as well as the Switch. Oh, hello? Who shoved me? Oh, this. Get away, get away. I'm going to scream. And I have no wire bugs in this game, so I keep feeling like I need to wire bug to get back up, but I don't. Oh yeah, Endwalker has been a crawl, but honestly, it's gonna be so worth it. Oh. Once you finish. It is definitely Endwalker the movie. Once you get to like the meaty parts of the cutscenes, you'll definitely feel like, wow, am I just watching a movie? But they're very good, and I'm very happy with that all the scenes were voiced. Hi Kaide, how's it going? Oh my gosh, hello game? Oh, this, dang it. Okay, I was like, what am I doing? Yeah, please share your thoughts. Share them. Anybody who's coming in, I do have my own Discord space now. You're welcome to join if you'd like to stop in. Use my emotes. I will be spilling all of my fun thoughts and my hyperfixations in there. More so than I do on Twitter. Yeah, I miss you too, Raph. Again, I hope you're well, and I'm glad that you're playing through Endwalker. I'm very excited for you. Ratsney! Hi, Ratsney. How's it going? If you would like to join, I am open lobby. It is just a baby lobby. A heads up for you. I am only HR5. This is the one game I have not grinded or touched very much. Oh, come on. Can I just drop this? Unfortunate. Can I not? Okay. I guess I... You... Okay. This is getting really close. Hello? Is it a different one? Okay, I will have to fix it. I do have it posted on my Twitter, but I realize I have not made a command yet on my Twitch to my Discord. I will get that in a second after this quest. Jesus Christ, hello? You're very close. Are you doing post Heavensward? No worries. Enjoy Heavensward. I love hearing about new people who are playing Final Fantasy XIV. It gives me so much joy to hear how people are affected by this story. I ugly cry caringly. Yes, yes. Absolutely valid of you to do. Climb up. Hmm? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? What am I doing? Yeah, no worries, Ratsney. That thing is broken, I see. Oh, okay, I have to go here. Hello, I dropped this. Go away. You should play Monster Hunter World or Relink. Yeah, I started Relink finally. That's been so fun. Oh, hello. Hmm? Hmm? What am I supposed to do here? Has been restrained. Oh, do I just have to hit it? Oh, I see. One shot binder. Where do I put it in? Here? Oh, I see. Okay. Hmm? Okay. I can't see the soft part. Okay, kind of? Oh yeah, no worries, Kaide. I do not like this quest. It just reminds me of Rampage quests. It's still not weak enough to capture. Do I just keep going? Where do I go? Oh, I see. Oh, here's the cannon. Oh, hello. My cannonball! Hello? You beat Relink immediately? Okay. No, I haven't finished Relink yet. I'm still on chapter 6. I did clear out all of the multiplayer quests, but I only had easy, so I got to level up a little bit with Pina and Gina. But I'm slowly making my way through that game as well. That one I'm happy about for being such a short game. Oh, I wish it was longer, but I'm happy it's short only because I have such a large backlog. No! I'm gonna cry. This is fine. I was not expecting that. Have a good luck, Resny. Get to a hitching post. Hitching post. Aibo. Gambatte. A hitching post, huh? Get to a hitching post. Where's my... Is it up there? This game confuses me. Hold the phone. You don't like Stormblood so far? No! I feel like Stormblood is definitely a time. Oh, okay. I'm a fool. I was standing right on top of it. Nah, but still, Stormblood is still like a good... Oh, hello? Find those macro... Oh, hello? What am I supposed to do? Is it these? These? Oh my god, I'm not used to Charge Blade. Yeah, it's really... The controls are a little difficult for me personally. I feel like it changed up from Rise and Sunbreak. I don't know why. I hope I'm hitting the right thing. I assume this is the core. It is exploding. Yep. I assume that is the core. Did you and Ariel get to play this game yet? Arello? Ah. Is it just these things? I'm so lost. I'm on fire. I should not stand there. Very briefly, like an hour? Okay. Okay. I only have potions. Do I not have great potions or high potions? Probably not. Okay, where's the next one? Where is the next core? Oh, I probably should not have jumped here. Yeah. But did you guys play Rise as well? I feel like if you were starting with Rise, it's a little more, I feel like, friendlier. I found that World was really difficult for me to get into, and I remember playing it a little bit of it back on PlayStation when it first released, and then I was just, oh, hello. I can't go this way. I'm lost. Where's the other core? Played the same amount of Rise? Oh, I see. Where is it? Am I blind? Okay, okay. There was another side to this. I see. I see. Soren, thank you for the hydrate. How are you, friend? And the stretch. I will stretch in a moment. No momentito. Am I crazy? Where is this core? I'm crazy. Why is World so confusing? That audio was so delayed. I'm so sorry to anybody who's hearing that now. I'm going to lose it. Where is it? Is it this thing? Can I hit this? No, okay. That's not it. Hello! How are you, friend? Hi, Soren. Do you play World? Would you like to help me out? Once I'm done with P3, yes, I will. I will. I love Aerith. I'm blind. Where the heck is this? Is it further? It's supposed to go back here? No, because that's off the thing. Can I climb things? I have to climb up? Ah. I see. Thank you. Hi, blind, I meant listened. Makes a lot of sense. I am only thinking from the ground. Okay. I assume up here? Oh, okay. But how are you? What you been up to, Soren? Did you catch Marna's stream earlier? I was so excited to see her again. Oh yeah, I saw you in there, actually. Mining. Don't mind me. Uh-huh. Hello? Oh, it's inside. Okay, okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that was a surprise, right? I kind of had a feeling because it was her birthday. This is an Aerith household. No, this is a women-loving household. This is a men and women-loving household. I love my girl and boy failures equally. Real talk, Yuffie and Tifa were your childhood crushes? Oh, valid. Valid. Oh, dang it. I knew it was gonna explode. Oh, I am on fire. I am on fire. I have time, right? Oh my god, why is it turning? Wait, I don't like this, I don't like this. Why are we turning like this? Where are you going? You've been summoned again? Yes, hello. Why is that interesting, Goku? What's wrong with Yuffie? You got things to say about Yuffie? Oh no, what's happening? I don't know where my... Traveling via Windrake. Oh! Goodbye, I guess. I'm not gonna sharpen, that's fine. Huh? Oh, hold on. Hold on. I'm on fire. I should not be on fire. Oh. Oh, heck. I feel like a lot of people I know really like Yuffie. Oh, how do I... Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, how do I lock on? Haha? Hee. Please, I just want to take my axe out. This is terrible. I should not be using a slow weapon. Should I do sword and shield? Soren, should I take a note from your book and use sword and shield for this? Cody! Hey Cody, how's it going? How are you, friend? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not used to world controls. Please, forgive me. That's good. How is your health doing? How is your... I think the last I read up on was you getting your teeth? Going to the dentist? Getting something removed? Question mark? Waffle! Waffles, thank you so much for the gifts up to Cody. Enjoy the emotes. Please. My files. Okay. Okay. This is absolutely fine. Nope. I can just completely miss everything. I am having a terrible time. What's coming now? Okay. Chief is recovering, just got a cold. No! I hope you are getting as much rest as possible. I hope you're having a lot of good soup, some tea. I hope you're taking care. One day I'll join you and Tuna for a world. I have no idea how SNS works in World. Yeah. World is it's very different for me. Yeah. You me streaming later? Or are you just taking a break? What is the plan? What is the plan for the week, Cody? Yuffie was voiced by Kim Possible? Excuse me? I did not know that. Oh, he's so cool. Oh, he's... Oh. Perhaps later. Yeah. If you do, I hope I can catch you. How's everything else been otherwise? You still have a full commissions slot? Hold on. I'm gonna... You guys don't know Cody. If there's people here watching Monster Hunter, Cody's a really cool rat friend. Just go check them out. What was the last thing you were doing? Was it also Monster Hunter? I will laugh. Yes, it was Monster Hunter. Okay. Yeah, you like Y2K aesthetics? Go check them out. Check them out. They are non-binary as well, so please use they them pronouns. I wish Chico loved me back. Chico was when I realized if evil, why hot? That's when I realized villains were the true were the true end game. Comms aren't full, but you're always on the grind. Good. Chico's your first love. Oh my gosh. CRT, good morning, CRT. How's it going? Yeah, work tonight. I feel like everybody went through a very similar phase. phase of hot female villains. Villains are so hot. Yeah, exactly. Why would you stop them? If evil, why hot? I fully believe villain should be the end game relationship in any game. Because what do I always say? Let's see. If heroes would give you up for the world, well, villains would give up the world for you. Something to that effect, right? Something to that effect. Like if they had to save you or the world. Oh, it's a song. It's a song, Goku. I really like the field team leader in this game so much. Yeah, no work tonight, CRT. What is the plan for the evening? Gonna game, gonna eat, gonna get some grub soon. Hi, Gio. Oh, while I'm here, let me see. I'm gonna see if I can fix that Discord get messed up, or is it still fine? Nope, Discord is still good. Gio, I posted that Guma fried rice as the first art in the bear board in the new Discord. Please. I love it so much. Thank you, Gio, for that silly little drawing. Her plans to prep some beef stew. Ooh. Explodes. Oh, hello? Nice. Good job, Gio. Now you can rub it into his face. Come on, can I fix this? Oh, I cannot, I guess. Hello, new. I'm Guma. I'm trying to see if I can fix this real quick. Oh, let me. Oh, I did fix it. I'll go back to this. Okay, perfect. 23 minutes ads. Manually will remove the upcoming. Okay, well, that's fine. I will leave it as it is. Health booster. Ooh, CRT, enjoy the peach smoothie. A lot of peach smoothies today. I had a mango smoothie today at work. Most of your crushes from Square Enix are all Square Enix related? Ah, valid, fair. Listen, all good crushes. All good crushes. What do I have on me? Okay, I do have mega potions. I feel like I have to rearrange so many of my things. Excuse me. Mango, yeah. I've been craving a good Philippine mango. The Blue Bunny brand mango. Those are so tasty. I just can never finish fruits fast enough. And I feel like they go bad, unfortunately. So I'm just like, I can't justify going out to buying myself a box. I would just go to my parents and steal some. Oh, shoot. I've not set up the Discord command. So the Discord is actually right there. In the pinned message, it's the Cafe Soft Launch. If you would like to join Goku, it is up there. And then if anybody wants to join casual lobbies, I'm just gonna be playing whatever. Code is right there as well. Why did I do that? I need that. Okay. Is it sleepy time, Ariel? 60%, that's good. It's over half, it's over half. I cannot make many. Okay. Yeah! Have a good sleep when you do, Ariel. Head to the Great Ravine. Okay. Waffles! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Soren. Enjoy your fishing. And also enjoy your pancakes, Soren. Where am I going? Great Ravine. Okay. No, you're gathering? No sleep? Okay. But by the next time I know it, it's gonna be you're gonna be level 71 in no time. Master the Fisher.
まずは進めそうな場所を探しませんか?
Do you fast during Ramadan?
マグダラオスは脇目も振らずにまっすぐ進んでいきましたね。向こう側に何があるんでしょう?
Yeah, share it. If anybody has like fun recipes that they'd love to share, I would love to see them. I am trying to cook a little more at home. So, always interested in trying new things. Have a good lurk, CRT. I just talked to him again. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, up. Okay. I will continue to go up. Oh my god, this gives me terrible flashbacks to playing Code Vein with Tuna and falling through ice.
もうそろそろでしょうか?
Ooh. Oh man, the world is so pretty. Coast to coast, Famasubi. Oh yeah, I should. Hmm? Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, it's him. Are you just gonna take the... Okay. Oh, he's cool. Oh, is this another base? Base operations? Is that what this is? Oh. Hello, she's cool. I have no idea how I ended up here, ma'am. Oh my god, she's just constantly gesturing. Oh wait, also, is she a wyvern? Oh, she is a wyvern. Oh. Oh, this place is so pretty. Melder. Oh, you're so tiny. Oh, thank you. Charms. I'm good. I'll figure it out. And this is why I complain about trying to learn controls later. Palico. For your smoothie. Ooh, it sounds like a good thick smoothie. I like thick smoothies. What's this about your Coast to Coast famous spam musubi? CRT, you gotta drop the recipe. Oh shoot. I completely forgot to plug in my phone to charge. Whoopsie. You can blame Tuna. This is just the Sploons playlist. To the Coral Highlands. I'm just gonna go. Recipes gut feeling. That's usually the best way to have recipes, right? I'll probably measure things out the first time I cook something. And then afterwards I'll go by feeling. But baking, I have to do it to a T or else. Ooh. Nothing in here. Okay. Ooh. Hello. You don't bake, you're not a rocket scientist? Ooh, I love baking. Honestly, CRT, if you like matcha and you like white chocolate, I will make you matcha white chocolate brownies. The next time you visit your SO. I have officially made them for Laxi. And those are my favorite things to bake, honestly. Hello? How do I... There we go. Okay, I'm jumping. What am I doing? Search for campsite. Okay. Yeah, matcha white chocolate brownies. Yeah. They are my favorite thing to make.
Whoa.
Yeah, no worries, Goku. Have a good eep. Have a good Ramadan as well. Take care, take care. I missed the footprints right there. Honey! I always have to grab the honey. Away with you. Please. Please. Oh my god, I didn't realize how intense this music got. Jesus. Oh, thank you for the hints, sir. Is that it? Is this rewrite? Oh my god, it is. I feel like I haven't heard the song in ages. Red Pit. Did I miss the footprints? Yes, I did. Oh, and this is like one thing that I still cannot get used to playing in World, but searching for the monster this way with the footprints is like, oh. What year is it? Good morning, Tuna. How my Tuna friend? If you feel like jumping in, you're free to jump in whenever. You don't have to do voice chat. I got lost. Oh my gosh. Jesus, that was so loud. Why was that so loud in my ear? 19 months? Huh? Tina, I feel like I've known you for years. For so many years. Where am I going? I lost the footprints. Dang it. Wait. Where are they going? Where are they going? No, not the items. Give me the footprints. Haha. Wait. I see. I just drop it. Okay. How was sleep? How was your day off? Where I lost the footprints? Those are bones. Those are herbs. Okay, this is the problem when I play World. I get very easily distracted. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, you look a little funky. Oh, I see. Jesus. The flashbang. I didn't need this. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm gonna slowly carve. Oh wait, I should. How do I mark it again? Oh no. There we go. I ain't losing you. Yeah, no worries, Tuna. Whatever. Just throw stuff at me. Oh, yes. Hello? Stop running. Oh, I'm a fool. I thought I was trying to lock on. Okay, there we go. I can totally do this. Yep. There we go. I was like, how do I lock on again? Right, okay. Ooh. I might honestly play dual wheel, or I might dual blade or sword and shield when I'm soloing. I cannot do how slow this is by myself. Oh no, Ariel, did you get too much material or make too much material? It's a flashlight? Is that what you call this thing? No! Do not kick me, please. Yeah, sell the rest, basically. Go look at whatever market price is, and then... Oh, please don't flash me. Oh my god. I couldn't stop my combo. Okay, you. Okay, you, please. Okay, there we go. Yeah, check whatever market price is and call it. Do not flash me again. What is depth perception? As Could you please? There you go. Actually, I don't think I even need to hunt this thing. I'm just hunting it. Oh heck. No! I was rolling! Yeah, anyways. I didn't need to hunt this. I could just easily find the campsite. Goodbye. Let's see. Oh, it's gonna chase me. Okay, that's fine. I will just run until I find the campsite. Okay, where's the campsite in Coral Highlands? Ooh. What's that? Oh, Thunderbug. You have money on the Yaku winning? How dare you? It's fine. I'll just run. What are you gonna do with your money now, CRT? Huh? What are you gonna do with that money now? Oh, no, I do not want to swap that. Oh, I should. It's fine. Okay. I'll leave it. I don't need it. I don't need it. It's now lost to the Aether. Good. Good. That's what you get for betting on me. Go on, listen! I wasn't looking. I am not used to this game. I played Rise and Sunbreak and everything was so convenient. How high up can I go from here? God, this place is so pretty. But also, where's the camp? I will eventually get rid of these things. It's not there! Yeah, I can tell! I'm just distracted by how pretty the corals are. Ooh. Okay. Where is it in? Oh, I still have to, okay, I should go down from 10. Oh, hello. My bugs are going. They sure are going. Okay, I'm following. I'm following. Camp is where you make it. Oh, look at this! I love the environment. Oh, okay, back through. Back through we go. Okay, I see we're going back. Oh wait, I know I don't want to go back to the monster actually. It's because I have it marked. Oh, palicos. Are those palicos I can collect? Is that what they are? If I sneak, will I be able to get them? I'm ready for the show. I did not need to. No. I wanted to crouch. Was I blind? Did I miss them? Where are they? Oh wait, I can go up here. I'll go up here. Let Arello sell it for you. Easy. Problem solved. Camp to shape area on the map somewhere, but you gotta find it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. I haven't explored the entire map yet, so I will get there. Oh. Oh. I'm very, very distracted by this. Can I get that? Is that a thing? Can I grab those? Oh, wedge beetle. Can I grab it? I'm ready for the show. Oh, hello. These are new. Which mount? Which mount are you getting? Ah, there we go. Oh, is it that over there? Right above? Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. The moon? The moon is very pretty. What do you mean I can't take them home like the ducks at the park? But I've always been taking home the ducks from the park. Yeah, the moon is so pretty. I love the little sound effect whenever you use it too. It makes like a little shine. Okay, we did it. Big Mori, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? How's it going? Okay, can we just return to the base? Can I simply leave? Have I already explored everything? I feel like I should explore everything. I have not explored everything. Ready for the show. Bean, how's it going, Bean? How are you? How are you? Where am I going? Can I mark this in the map? Can I mark this? No? Mark. Set waypoint. I guess not. Okay. Have you been? What you been up to, Bean? Oh, these eels are so cute. I literally am so— No! You're so cute. Will they come out? Will they come out? Will they come out if I walk away? No? Okay. Editing is always nice. Nice. Always on that grind, I see. Population control? What do you mean? Like, is there a crowd control for this, or? I'm trying to go this way. Okay. How Monster Hunter is basically a population control game. Oh. I was like, huh? It's going. It is a going. It's fine though. It's fine. I never really played World when I had played on PlayStation, so this is my first time actually playing it, so I'm a little bit slow. If it were Rise or if it were Sunbreak, easy. I would be Newman through. But I am enjoying the exploration this time around. I think when it first came out, because didn't know anybody who was playing, it didn't feel worth it to really play, because I really like playing this game with friends usually. Yes, I see. Oh, the jellyfish. Why am I picking stuff up? Why am I need to stop picking stuff up out of habit. I need to empty my bag. Infinite amount of monsters. Yeah, I gotta make my next t-shirt. I have no idea what I'm gonna build or what I'm gonna do in this game, honestly. Did I throw away? I did not. I did not. You scared me. I did not. I left the item I was trying to pick up. You scared— Tuna, I did not. Don't say that. Give me a heart attack. Not my mega potions. It still said you picked it up, so I was confused. Oh, did it? Maybe my Palico did? Oh, climb ball. I think these are so fun, by the way. How do I time out the mod? Mods! Get this mod timed out. Oh, is this as far as I can go? Narihodo. I'm okay. Tuna just made me shit. I also nearly shat myself. I was like, hello? My potions. I'm only gonna go higher. You might be blocked for now. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Honey! I cannot get over these beetles. Slash timeout to not 900 years! That's a long time. Oh, wait. Did the map disappear? Or is that because it's like an upper level? Yeah, okay, it's an upper level. I see. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what's in here? Do I want to hit? No, I found the camp. I'm good. I just like am exploring. I got it, Tuna. Everything is so detailed in this game on PC. It is behind my head and chat. I cleared the objective already. All good, all good. I love these funky little guys so much. I wish I could stop scaring them. They're so cute. These are my favorite thing for Monster Hunter. I need a plush or 10. The Wigglers! Are they just called Wigglers? Do they not have a name? They're so cute! Wigglers are their names? Oh, they're so freaking cute. I love them. I would like to have 10 of them, please. Catch one! Can I? That'd be fun. I'd love to catch one if I could. Also, hello, welcome in, Pedo. Pedo Pogi. Am I even... How did I... Oh, okay. Oh, it's up. Okay. How do I make it back up from here? You can get them as a hat? Oh, is that the hat that you wore the one time I played with you? The little wiggly thing? Oh, I need one. Tuna. 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 I want one. You're gonna help me get one, right? Right. They're so cute. I cannot. Okay. I guess I'm not gonna be able to go back. Can I just, like, leave the quest? Is that possible? I just have to return, right? Return to the research base. Get that hat. I know. I gotta. Wiggle snakes. They're so cute. I just return, right? That bring me back? Research base is like the base, I assume. Why do I do this to myself? Oh, wait. I have space? Or I already picked this up. I see. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna return from expedition. There you go. Yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you, Okayu. That's all I get. Was I supposed to come back with something? Rotten Vale. Yeah, no rush, Tuna. Much appreciated. Let me know whenever you're ready. But I do have the lobby code up there. I get new gear? Will it be... Oh, hello. Glider mantle. Oh. Resource center. Okay, so this is where... Oh, hello. Ecology survey. Root wyvern, fanged wyvern. There's so many things. I think that's another thing. Like, this game gets me so overwhelmed with how much there is to this. Okay, so am I supposed to clear these? Paint 3 times, time expires. Can I register all of these? Can I take up all of them? Like that? Easy? Oh, okay. Critical. Then these expire. Okay. Is that Wonderland? I do not know Wonderland. This is a shared playlist amongst friends. Is this ATs? Yeah, it is Wonderland. Yeah, it's ATs. Okay. I have not listened to too many of like the. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't collect this. I have not listened to a lot of the new K-pop. I am old K-pop. I am Super Junior K-pop. Um, I've been the new K-pop I've been into is like Plave and on and off. Those are it. I cannot keep up with all these groups now. I will listen though if stuff shuffles. I enjoy listening. Oh, what is my next quest? Do I have one? Ballooning problems. What do I have to do here? Hunt a Paolumu. What is a Paolumu? Old Gumya. K-pop. Hi, Chef. How's it going? Yes, I am old K-pop. I am Super Junior, TVXQ, Double S501, all that good stuff. I can empty my pockets. Why do I have so much junk in here? What is the quick way to just put stuff in? Gonna attempt to sleep. Yeah, no worries, Ariel. Have a good sleep. Don't let Arella distract you and keep you up later than usual. Simply wake him up tomorrow early. You're also from old K-pop? Ah, I shake your hand. Well, I shake your hand. I can't keep up with these with these youngins. When I find out that they are 10 years younger than me, I'm just like, huh? Is there a quick way? Okay, there we go. Look at that! I'm free. Fire steak. Do I need this? Oh, this is my accidental. Don't look at those. What should I be carrying? Freaking herbal medicine. Oh, I'll make stuff actually. Oh. Craftable. Why you? Don't worry about it, Dorella. Don't worry about it. How often does Ariel wake you up? I always think about that. Okay, I have an ad starting in a moment. We'll just stretch. Cause I'm a bit of an EB bear today. We do keep opposite schedules. Yes. I know, more often than not when I'm talking to Ariel, you're asleep. I'm like, Aurella's asleep. Oh, perfect. My ad's fixed. Okay. So we're gonna let that go. I will take a moment to stretch. I will be right back. Just so I can actually get up. Let me hide my model so you don't see me fumble. I realized I forgot to put on my BRB screen. I was muted though, but I will be a moment while this ad break is going. Oh yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I have not. I will one day figure out the fishing game for those ad breaks. But I feel good about taking those 3 minutes to actually stand up and stretch. Let's see. Okay. I will slowly but surely get used to these controls. Oh wait, do I have any equipment? Any defense charm? Let's do that. Let's see. Anything else I can talk to? Aha, you. Smithy? Smithy. I'm probably gonna switch to sword and shield for a hot second. Oh, these weapon trees are so interesting now too. Is this the same? Or should I do dual blades? I'll make, actually, yeah, I'll probably do them. We'll go dual blades. I like how these are chainsaws, though. What is this on? I'll make them, but I think I'll just do dual blades for now. How goes the grind waffles? Oh, were you able to read all the recommendations I had given? I know you said you had read My Favorite Derelict. I still need to catch up to the most recent couple chapters. Can I upgrade what I already have? Nope. These maxed out? They're maxed. Okay. Where's Tuna? This is from Alien Stage. Got lost looking for rat tails. Gonna be binging In-Laws. Yeah. Okay. I'm excited. I love In-Laws so much. Alright, where am I going? The Wigglers! I can't get over them whenever they pop up. They're so adorable. Oh? More Wigglers. Oh, there's so many Wigglers! This way? Okay. Octo Monday, so 14 and reading is your goals. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably have to do my little trailers before I my tribes before I go to bed tonight. Have I caught any yet? The Wigglers? No! Can you actually catch them? That's really cute! Oh my god, wait! I want to! Hello? Can I... How do I do it? Yeah, okay. I can do this. Yeah. Also, thank you for the first time chat. Do you prefer Shun? Oh, you can catch them. Oh my gosh, I have to try. We'll definitely be trying that now that I know. Section. Oh, okay. Perfect. Nice to meet you. Thanks for dropping in. I assume you're here for the monster hunter. You a fellow hunter? Oh my god. This Paolumu is— oh, I was gonna say it was cute, but I changed my mind. Oh, hello? Is this like a— is this like a bat? Is that what this is? That's a funkin' looking one, that's for sure. Oh. Doing tribe quests every morning when you get home from work. Yeah, I was going to, but I kind of sat down at my desk for a little bit. But yeah, I think a majority of the people right now in chat are Warriors of Light. What job do you play? I'm main astrologian. I'm a main healer. I touch DPS if I would like to be smooth brain, but 90% of the time it's healer. Yeah, do you play? And if you do, what job do you play? Hello. Do I don't even have any like flash bombs or anything. Can you get down? I got so distracted by that. Hi Tiffins, how's it going? Would you like to hunt? Oh yeah. Can confirm Aurello is a floor tank. Sure loves the floor. So I hope it's warm down there. Fledgling monk. Ooh. Oh, Tiffins, I see you. Monk is a— oh my god, Monk is something I have not— oh, wait. Oh, hello? What does this do? I've never done that. Hello? A hunter must hunt. Made some and you're gonna share pictures of the pancakes so I can eat through the photos, right? Right? Wait, were both of them here? Okay, never mind. Oh wait, other way? Up here? But dark main, but you play tanks proficiently. Oh. DPS. Yeah, I missed when Astrologian still had sectors. Oh, I can't even spell. SECTS, you know? That? Sects. I'm just gonna bury myself in a hole. Where's the monster? Where'd the monster go? There it is. I'm going for the monster right now. Please, I cannot speak. I cannot enunciate. You guys know what I'm saying, right? I was saying like the diurnal sect, nocturnal sect, that stuff. Oh. But yeah, I miss when they had that still. That was my favorite because then I could play with other astrologians and I could choose, alright, who's gonna shield and who's gonna heal. And I almost always did shield. I like shield healers mainly. Oh, frick. That's— oh my god. I'm good, Soren. Also, I will take a sip of water in a moment. Which, thank you for the hydrate in the stretch. But yeah, I prefer shield hero. Apparently I can't talk. That's just a thing. Shield healers mainly because I started off as an Arcanist, so I got used to Scholar, and then I got really excited to play Heart of the Cards as soon as I was able to pick up Astrologian, so I mean that eventually. Yeah, no, I can't see either. The Kulu's just there, flashing me. Waiting to see the job trailers to see. Oh my god, I would hope that they don't make too many changes for Astrologian after just getting used to it being a healer. But we'll see. Welcome in, Tippins. I see you sneaking in. I think I don't have to send an SOS flare, right? You should be able to just jump in. Okay, this thing is kind of menacing, but it's kind of cute in a way because it's so fuzzy. But, sounds like a lot like what it's like to have multiple bards. Wait, what do you— oh, who's gonna heal? Who's gonna shield? I don't have anything. What? No, no! Aurello! Why would you expose me like this? Oh. Honestly though, with how the changes they made to Astrologian for Endwalker though, they did make it easier for the Arcana cards, because it doesn't matter so much the order. I think before you had to have like 3— I'm too short for this! Get down! What level gear are we using? Honestly, Tippins, I'm only HR 6. So as long as you're not super over leveled, that would be great. But yeah, I should really make macros for my cards. I do play with a static for EX raids, so I'm just kind of like, that would be a fun thing to add for my you know, my weekly raids. Teehee. I used to no. Can you— I have nothing to flash you with. I would like to— there you go. Yeah. Someone play Fighting Dreamers, please, as I run. Yeah, get him, Yug. That's a good one. I would love to see that. Are you— is anybody excited for Dawn Trail? Oh my god. Are you tired yet? Could you stop? No, wait. Oh my god. Kiri! Hey, how's it going, Kiri? Hold on, let me get you a shout out in a second. Hold on. Actually, Tuna, if you're listening, can I get a shout out? If not, I will get you one in a moment. How was your stream? I have a tab to close after this. Welcome in, Cozy with Joy. Thank you for joining the forest. I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me get that quiet shout out for you, Kiri. You were playing Dragon Age. How's that going? Are you excited to be playing that? Is that the new one, or is there a new one coming out? You guys don't know Kiri. Kiri is part of the Mika, the Tama clan. Very cool, very cool person. We actually, speaking of, we play weekly raids in our static. But Monster Hunter World is it's going good. It's going good. I'm just kind of casually playing. I lost the monster. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh my god, why did you go down there? I have been wanting to grind because one of my JP Oshis has been doing open party lobbies, but the thing is he's an Iceborne, so I'm like, alright, I guess I'll start playing so I can start grinding so I can join his lobbies and play. Yeah, how was your stream? For anybody who is coming in with a raid, hello, my name is Gumari. I am a normally brown bear VTuber, like to play a variety of games. Current brain rot has mainly been Persona. I occasionally play Monster Hunter on stream. I'm just getting back into streaming, so Yeah. But yeah, I enjoy quite a variety of things. I have a lot of serial hobbies, so I could one day be building Gunpla on stream. You never know. We'll see. I have a couple kits actually that I still need to build, so I will probably get back to that. Other than that, I like to play Final Fantasy, like to play some Monster Hunter, like to do some art. I like to learn to live 2D rig. There's a lot of stuff that I need to get back into when I was a lot of stuff I was doing when I was streaming regularly. But yeah. But if anybody from Curious Stream has to go, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go eat, you gotta go sleep. No worries, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here tentatively Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then a particular weekend day that I have not yet decided. But yeah, do you play Monster Hunter, Kiri? Also, welcome in Lasalnari. Lasalnari? You're hesitant to be excited for Dawn. Oh, why is that section? I gotta know. I feel like I've been really hyped up by all the trailers and everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a new Dragon Age coming up. That's why, okay, I knew. I was just like, you were playing it because there's something else coming out, right? Morgan's like, yes. I have like 2 kits left inside of my closet that I need to touch. Oh, also, hello, Tippins. Thank you for joining in. I'm so sorry. I got so distracted. Yeah. HR6 is most definitely. Oh, it's sleeping. Tippins? Are you up there, Tippins? Oh, you scared me. Hunting horn. Let's go. Do you have bombs? You can play some bombs if you want. Yeah. Oh, no! You gotta hit it. Thank you, Tippins. Oh my god, I just noticed your message. I'm dead.
It is time to activate my third eye.
I'm attacking the air. CRT, it's always you. The needing to play and finish the games. Ooh. Oh. Kira, we gotta catch up post Barbie. I just realized that I am not ready for raids this week. You know, Friday I might be catching up to Final Fantasy Story. I think that's what I'm gonna stream. It's gonna be Final Fantasy until I. What is this? What's this? Oh, wait, is the Hunting Horde melodies different in World? What is? Oh. Okay, where is it flying to? Hello? Are you not gonna come down? All right, I guess. Oh, there you go. Most of it is for the raids. Ah. Nice. Thank you. It was in fact you, yes, CRT. That's true. When was our last tank? Was that with Shadowbringers? Dark Knight? The world's a lot more similar to the older games, yeah? Yeah, that's what I'm noticing, huh? Oh, I didn't realize that. Because the thing is, I only played Hunting Horn. Oh, Dark Knight was Heaven's Ward. Gunbreaker. Oh my god, I'm all over the place. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Hunting Horn changes were in Rise. I guess because I played so much of that. But I don't remember, though, in the old games, Hunting Horn being like that. I remember struggling to remember songs in the old games. Okay. Donkey Kong was in Heaven's Sword? I'm dead. The brain rot 8 tank was in 1.0. Honestly, warrior is my favorite child. And yet my main tanks do not play warrior. they play paladin and gunbreaker. Ailment master. Nice. Thank you, Tippins. Thank you. Why do you take a break to pause and say something? I swear. Only the melody is added in Iceborne with the clouds. The rest just auto-apply. Oh, I see. Another one? Another one? Rotten Vale. Okay. Sorry, Tippins. I'm taking you on an adventure. Wait, what hunter rank are you, Tippins? Because I know you've been playing a lot of World recently. Warrior is so easy. You... You've been playing on hard because you were a warrior? Tippins, hold my hand. We're going on an adventure. Oh, I see. Yeah, warriors just like just heal themselves. They are basically a green tank. Where did you get those glasses? Oh, I will never get over the cutscenes, though, for sure. I'm also really curious about how they're going to make it harder. Like, I wonder if it's going to be actually, what do you call it? Like, the enemies? Is it going to be, like, the mechanics are going to be rough, or what? Simply chilling from the glasses. I thought that was at the soup store. A blue healer and DPS, yeah. Yeah, I assume it was going to be more mechanics for like EX and for Savage Ultimates. So excited to see how that'll go, considering I'm just finally getting used to EXs. Nothing for me here. Okay. Cite a great Gyros and investigate the Rotten Vale. Okay. I will not be fighting these monsters, Tippins, because I think these are just the explorations for my cutscenes. I will just find them and then get out. But I believe even if you're in the same lobby as me, you can do your own stuff at the same time, right? I hope I'm not like leaving you hanging or anything. Need to get you into Savage before Dawn Trail. Yeah. Hopefully, I think we should be good. I think we're gonna start getting into Savages soon. So Tuna, who you saw earlier in chat, if you did see them, they are one of the friends that I started raiding with because me and Pina wanted to get into some raid content. But yeah, they said that we were probably, I can't remember, is it Savage first then Ultimate? But yeah, hopefully we'll get into it soon. I would like to. I want a taste of Savage content. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, Pelagos. Yeah, I don't think they'll change older content. It's just gonna be Dawn Trail, I assume. EX Savage and Ultimate step up from each level is pretty drastic. Yeah, I know. I'm very nervous. We had some really rough times with what is it called? All the dragons from the EXs in Oh, you're so cute. Wait. It's a little Pookie Pookie. What? Hello? Oh, heck yeah. Okay. Hello, can I? There you go. Yeah, like, all the dragons are really rough in EX, and I'm very nervous to see how Savage is gonna be. But we are definitely, so we are on the Endwalker EXs, and they're relatively easier compared to when we first started tackling EXs. EXs, after the EXs we would dip into Savage, but I am looking. Okay. Oh, is this it? Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, is it like a poisonous area? Oh, that's dead. I see. Ah! I see. Yes, we are all of the extreme content that we are doing is synced. We are doing all synced. Oh, hi. Okay, bye. I see you. I see you. I see you, and I am walking away from you. Oh, and we're just supposed to investigate in here? Yeah, no worries, Kiri. Also, Kiri, I'm so sorry. If you had to go do things, you got to do your post-stream stuff. Please take care of yourself first. Thank you for hanging out. You're welcome to hang out longer if you'd like, but if you got to go take care of yourself and go sleep and stuff, please do not be afraid to leave. I completely understand. No! Okay. Okay, investigate the Rotten Vale. I just assume I have to explore everything, right? Yeah. What server do you play on, Section? Are they just together? You're so cute. You're such a cute Palico. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Excuse me? Hi, Aru. How are you? Aru, I swear. I swear. Ow! IBK. What are you, gay? Oh my god, I can't believe my boyfriend comes into stream to call me gay. I think he's gay. Affectionate. Affectionate. Hope you guys are doing so well. Getting those dubs if you're playing League gay endearingly. Absolutely. What am I supposed to do here? I just gotta keep going, right? Oh my god, are those spiders? Oh, okay. I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm moving. No, thank you. What is down here? You can catch those too? Oh my goodness. You can catch anything on Monster Hunter.
I'm in danger!
I am in danger. But yeah, doing sync content when the level cap is much higher. Yeah. Yeah. But it's good learning for us. It's been really fun though, and I haven't been discouraged from it, which I was a little worried about. Okay, hold on. For investigating, I'm literally just investigating the... What am I investigating? I just have to keep investigating footprints, tracks. How are the gamers doing? Are you guys winning? Fun to watch too? Yeah. Welcome back, Kiri. I don't know if you heard me a little earlier, but I completely forgot to say that if you had to go do things, post-stream stuff, take care of yourself, sleep, no worries. Thank you so much for sharing your community and stopping by. You have absolutely no obligation to stick around if you're tired. I get it. Sometimes you just want to stop streaming and sleep. But if you're going to hang around, I appreciate it as well. You just hopped on, not sure what the plan is. Where am I going? I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just running around Rotten Vale, I guess. No. The Please. I just wanna examine these and leave. Is that old bones? Okay. Yeah, no worries. I hope you can enjoy and vibe around. Gamer! You're so sweet. You're so kind. If you guys don't know Lost, Lost is the coolest League of Legends gamer. I love you forever. We will be lurking. I love you too forever. Can you Aryu, could you give Lost a slash shout out for me? I think you popped in first, so yours procced first, but Lost should also get one as well. Thank you. Yeah, go check him out. Go check him out. I'll always be lurking over there if you ever are looking for me. I just took this entire circle in a map. Hold on. I've just been running in a circle. Can I make it here? Yes, I can. Where am I? Ooh. Can I go up? Oh, I can still go up. Wow. Some of these maps are huge. Wait. Can I travel back here? I'm lost. I'm lost. I just circled the same place. I assume I have to just search. Okay, so whenever I get these maps that are like investigate, am I just supposed to continue picking up tracks and footprints? Or am I actually supposed to explore the map? Oh, you're right. That's Lost. I am Guma. You're right. You're absolutely right. Where's Tuna? Where's Tuna for this song? Oh, I see. I came in here. Star, a beautiful star. I can just leave? That's the prereq? Because usually the last quest I just did said I would have to return to the research camp or base camp. So that's why I assume I need to investigate still until I get out. Rest in peace, my day goes in. Oh, I see. Okay. Usually you have to find a thing first. Okay. I kind of had that feeling. Okay, I will continue to find this then. Honey, don't let me die, beautiful star. Don't let me die, beautiful star. Yeah, I am definitely not used to world exploration. It's nice though. I love just walking around and seeing the map. But the thing is, when I'm streaming it, I get so distracted. Where's the other thing? Oh, wait, was it right there? No. You're gross. I cannot. Okay, the bugs in World are so much worse than Rise. I cannot handle this. I'm not meant for this. Use your scout flies to search. Okay. Hello? Can I get another? Is there a thing here? Oh, okay. I could just get the corpse. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh my god, there's a lot happening in here. Okay, hold on. I'm getting out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for disturbing your nest. Okay, I didn't know that you could do that with even just the question marks. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Scout flies? Scout flies? There we go.
I'm in danger!
Were those zombie lizards? They sure were corpses. Yeah. Much appreciated. Oh my god, okay. We're Newman. I see we're Newman. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay, this was the cutscene I needed. Okay. Oh! Who's honking? BK. There we go. Oh, hello? Radoban. Thank you for checking in, Kiri. Abla! Hi, Archie! How's it going? How are you? How are you? Are you excited for the auto concert? I'm very excited. Alright! We found you! Can I leave? Aibo! Okay, we run! Oh, the music is so cool though in this. Okay, anyways. Oh wait, I have to hunt it? Okay. So, Tippins, if you'd like to jump in, I think you can jump in. Oh, I cannot. Okay. Oh, I can leave? Oh, I don't have to stay and hunt? Okay, see, that's the thing, like, that confuses me about the objectives for the story of World. But if that's it, I'm probably just gonna go ahead and leave, because I would like to leave. Whee! Oh, it becomes a regular post. Okay. I see, I see. She can get into World more, but yeah, Rise is very, 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 very... It's made me so snobby. I am so bratty about it. I'm very spoiled. Thank you for checking in. Wow, a lot of Spoon recommendations tonight. Yeah, Rise is very multiplayer friendly. But yeah, need to plan your stops for your drive down. Ooh. Please have a safe drive. So more like an action RPG than a traditional? Yeah. It does. The thing about World though is it feels so much larger, and I'm very curious as to how Wilds is going to be, because that one seems even larger. Nice, make a smoothie, Tippins. Yeah, I do. World does feel a little bit slower as well.
二人ともここでたくさんのものを見てきてちょうだい。次に会った時はあんたたちの意見を聞かせてほしいね。
はい、わかりました。
じゃあまた。
Wild is gonna be what they wanted World to be. Oh, that makes sense. When was Sunbreak was technically the last Monster Hunter game that came out. How many years now has it been? I feel like it's been long, but it hasn't been too long considering they keep the games updated. Started your hunting career with 4U. World then Rise. Oh, yeah. I came from 3U, 4U, and then I tried World when it first came out on PlayStation, but yeah, again, I got through like 2 hours of the game and I just did not continue playing. I don't know. It was a little harder for me to pick up. Where do you go? Back up here? Yeah. Yeah, Sunbreak was Rise's expansion, yes. Okay. Ah, okay. Perfect. Oh wait, can I eat in here? Does it matter if I eat? Guess not really. I'm wearing the defender gear anyways. I'm used to eating, but I don't need to. What's this? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Hold on. Where's... Can I eat in this one? In this area? Is this it? Oh, cute! Hello? Oh, these pelicans are... They're so cute. Shy Scholar. Crazy. Ooh, Tail Raider Safari. Oh, other players' Palicos and Grimalkins you've befriended? Okay. Sure. Might as well have the points. Ah. Okay. We'll send them. Looks decent. Two monsters. Oh yeah, it was like spring 2021. Oh, they're so... Oh! Oh! No! Goodbye, Nappy. Ah, welcome in, Kaide. Yeah, I have the Radoman roadblock posted up. Okay. I'll eat. Yeah. So, okay. If I can eat at the camp, I'll eat at the camp. Oh my god, the Monster Hunter amiibos. I remember those. No worries, Archie. If you're watching me on mobile, thank you so much. But I understand the Twitch mobile app sucks so much. Kaide, you gonna join us for this one? Should I leave it open? Can people can still join in after we've jumped in, right? Yay! Thank you for joining in, Archie. I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I like that a lot about, I do feel it with Rise. The only thing with the multiplayer is that, after a bit, I feel like it's harder to join in. I do like the larger lobbies in this game. Also, hold on. Is there a thing where I can do... Send out guild cards again? Yes, I can. Can I? Can I? There you go. Oh. Auto accept and reply. Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave it. I'll leave it. It is what it is. No worries. It's okay. I'm baby, so perfectly fine. We're here to vibe. Also, you haven't eaten yet. I used a voucher for free meals. Ooh, will that work even once we're in? Good. Oh wait, can I simply... Oh wait. Oh, okay. Oh, can I just... Yeah, right? Player still preparing will not depart with you. Okay, we're all ready to go. It's fine. But yeah, if I can eat at the camp, hopefully the meal voucher works. But also, wait, what do you mean you've demoted? I'm not rocking up with a Bracky weapon. Okay. Yeah, no. Tippins is wearing easier stuff. Is it in here like before? Like Rise? Ah, okay, okay, yeah. Oh wait.
ここでは武器や防具の変更ができます。しっかり準備していきましょう。
Can I not eat here at this camp? No, there are seats to the right. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, this is the canteen. Okay, I'm just gonna do chef's choice. It's fine. Oh, okay. I haven't seen this scene yet. Cute. It's the handler who does it. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, I still am so sad I didn't get to eat at the Monster Hunter Cafe in Japan. I will make that the first thing I do next time I go back to visit. Hello. Yeah. Research. I can just look for it, right? Where is it? No, we have to search for it. Okay. Oh, hello. It's right there. Hello? Also, excuse me, is that thing called a strange rut? I have so many questions. Your armor's still strong, but that's not— no, don't even worry about it, Tippins. I feel that, Soren. I still don't mind playing Rise and Sunbreak. I love doing the grind. But yeah, I think maybe it's just we're due in for something new, right? Oh, this thing's big. Hello. I will simply be dragged along, I see. Ooh. I can't even— oh, it was knocked down. I could not tell. I'm so zoomed in on this thing. Please, please, please. My demon mode. Can I turn around? Okay. Oh, that's a familiar sound. Or I can just get staggered. Please. Okay. I'm too small! My blades are too short! Please. Okay. Oh, he's just the big ol' armadillo thing. There we go. Oh, is he supposed to be based off of like a porcupine? Spiky armadillo, yeah. Kind of reminds me more of a porcupine now that I look at it. I can't see myself. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Oh, could you not be in the corner? Okay, okay. Actually. I'm too short. There we go. Oh my god, I can't see anything. Okay. The monster is soft and tender. Tippins, what does that mean? Tippins, what are your messages? I have questions, Tippins. I have many questions. He's just rolling. Okay. Alright. Wait. No. Don't. Okay. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see. Thank you for that. Yeah. I didn't know that people really like shed on the handler. That's very unfortunate. Next trip goal is gonna be Japan for 3 weeks. Let's play. Honestly, Archie, I would suggest getting Hopper, which is the little like ticket tracking app. Because when I went to Japan, my tickets were only $600. So you can find cheap tickets. It's just a matter of timing and keeping like track of the ticket prices. So definitely get Hopper. I think that helped out a lot. These bugs are so realistic, I hate it. Wait. Sharpen over here, don't mind me. Gotta play more Grand Blue. Yeah! Okay, I'm winning. Set. Waffles! Please! Oh my god. Sandalphon, my love, my baby boy, my baby girl. I'm winning. I'm winning. He's announced to release in May, and I'm just like, wow. All of my hopes and dreams immediately in the first update granted. Lexi! Oh my god, I have to show you my game later. Or if you look in the games in the game forums, I already posted up a bunch of stuff over in Grand Blue. I love Sandalphon. I just picked up his summer one, so I'm very excited. I didn't get his ground. I'm very sad, but it's okay because I'm a seasonal Grand Blue Fantasy player. I'll get it eventually. I believe in myself. I'm patient. Miss Tokyo Sea. Oh my god. I had so much fun. Where are you going? Oh, I see. Oh my god. I went to Tokyo Sea with Tuna and Leo, and it was so much fun. But it was raining. I have to find those pictures, but I did get to get Muffy ears when I went to Tokyo Sea, so I'm very happy that I got my bear ears. Behemoth? Oh my god. Oh, are you still, wait, are you doing 15 right now? 15? Okay. Ah. Oh, might be, what is this? Where did they go? Frequently checking sites like Kayak, Delta, and Airline. Yeah, yes, definitely check. Use incognito so that it doesn't track your cookies. All that good stuff. I'm sure you'll be able to get some decent tickets. If I ever spot anything, I'll let you know, Archie. Also, it looks like I have an ad coming up in... Oh, is he sleeping? Place the bombs. Place the bombs, Tippins. You want to place the bombs? Do you have bombs? Anybody? I got none, so... He eepy. Yeah, he's real eepy. You're bombless. Unfortunate. All right. It's okay. We forge ahead. We continue on. Am I the bomb? It's me. I'm the bomb. Andrew. Hey. How's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. But yeah. Can I carve? Yes. Be during your birthday in February. Oh, okay. Archie, February is doable. I was able to get tickets for $600 when wait, what is happening? Why does my game look like that? Oh, okay. It's the monster. I see. I was so confused. Welcome back, Tuna. Yeah. February is doable. Again, I was able to get really decent tickets for Japan then. Hey, thanks. Much appreciated. I would like to thank this fancy new mic for emphasizing my voice. Because it's going good. It's going good. Thank you for asking. Do you play? It is open lobby. Again, super casual. I'm a very low HR right now, so please have mercy. If you do decide to join, or if you do decide to join in on my quest specifically, do not be overranked. I would like to actually play and actually hit the monster. I like it. It is a little bit of getting used to that I have to do. I still need to figure out how to set up my GoXLR properly to have everything in control via GoXLR. I'm still using a lot of the OBS separators for my audio, but yeah. Oh yeah, Ado was the birthday gift, huh? Guildmarm. Wait, which game was she from? Which game was she from? Gaining question how much I want this. For you. Okay. Oh, Guildmarm. Okay. Why blue if bear? Nuna. Hi, Nuna. How are you? Kind of started recently. Oh yeah. Honestly, there's always a big boom of new Monster Hunter players whenever the sales drop, which is really fun, and it's very nice because then like you have a lot of people that you can play with and you can rank with, and I think it's really fun to be able to play with friends. Also, I have an ad going on, so I won't really be making too much progress. I'm gonna take a moment to like stand up and stretch and whatnot. Bear. I'm so sorry, Archie. Next time, you gotta let me know if you gotta do these things, because I get really lucky with the tickets, and I thankfully am able to like not get scalper prices. Yeah. Anyone who's in the ad, I would appreciate you sticking around. It is to help disable pre-rolls. I will implement the fishing game once I get it, just for the 3-minute breaks. In case no, Tuna, no. Just so there's something for the people who are subbed that don't see the ads, something to do. But much appreciated to those who stick around, and much appreciated to those who are subbed. Always lovely to see my pancakes and my emotes around. I've had some people come in saying, "Oh, I saw your emotes from in another chat," and I was like, "Ooh, that's lovely." Mark, yeah, okay. So RT, the way you buy tickets from Access, very unfortunately, is you can't constantly refresh. You have to be careful. Microsoft Edge is really good about not getting flagged as a bot. I had multiple devices on. I had my phone, I had my iPad, and I had my computer to get tickets. Oh, I will talk though, and just pick up the quest. You were able to get the tickets for Pink fairly cheapish. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm very excited. Oh, I was not expecting a cutscene. No! I didn't want to get into a cutscene for this ad. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my god, Archie.
気持ちよさそう。正気の谷の底ってどんなところなんですか？
わからない。見つけた事実は積み重ね。
Oh my god, you're gonna be so close, Archie. I can't believe. I'm so please. You gotta send your fan cams.
マグダラオスはどうしてそんな場所を目指しているんだろう。
この世には知りたいことが多いわね。
私も知りたいこと、食べたいものだらけです。
Okay, I welcome back to those who are back from the ad. I apologize, I accidentally queued in the cutscene. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, Andrew, what HR are you? Oh, Drew! Hi, Drew! Thank you for the resub! I can't believe it's been 7 months. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, you were watching? I have no idea how the ads go. I just, you know, I just pray. Pick a god and pray. You 283, Andrew? You said you just started recently. You said you just started recently. How many hours do you have in this game? I want to know. I want to know. I'm not judging you. I just want to know. Oh no, Drew! I'm so sorry you have COVID. Please take it easy. If you can, honey citrus lemon tea is a savior. If not that, loquat syrup is very good. When I had COVID, that was the only thing that saved me. I'm pretty sure I finished like 3/4 of that bottle, the Chinese bottle of like loquat syrup. It really helped. It really helped. Oh, Drew, thank you so much for gifting Andrew a gift sub. Oh my gosh. 350. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Yeah, the main reason why I was just like, I would like to catch up to playing this game so I can join in on my Oshi's open party lobbies. Yeah, I was just like, oh no, I have to make sure to say Drew and Andrew because now there's 2 Drews in my chat. There's a cough drop. It's basically a vitamin C pill. Ooh, which one? Which one? Aibo. The Drews are taking over, slowly but surely. Legiana looks pretty. Oh wait, now we get to see it. See it? Ah, I see it too now. Oh yeah, what I see you're using the superior weapon of the game. Okay, okay. I have no opinions about this. I have no opinions about this dual blade, Andrew. I'm just doing this for speed at this point. I normally like playing I like the big weapons usually, like hammer, broadsword. I'm so sorry to crush your dreams. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. It's a good weapon. I am impartial to this weapon. No. Where my lance friends at? Yeah, but I will play any weapon though. When it comes down to it, I just was getting frustrated playing Charge Blade earlier alone because I was like, wow, I'm so slow alone. But now that I'm here with friends, I'm like, ah, wait, I could probably change, but it's okay. I'll stick around. I'll stick to the best weapon in this game just for you, Andrew. Sunbeam. You were a Lancer when you played? Oh, Archie, do you play? Do I have you on Steam? Lance dropped down to at least used weapon. Hunting horde is on the rise. Let's go. I don't think I need to restock anything. I was not paying attention. No, I'm good. I have not been using items. I got Tippins over here supporting me with that hunting horn. Oops. No, I don't want to leave yet. I can just do the thing. Hey, that's you! Oh my goodness. Aurello. Polar opposite. You just like the fast pew pew ones? Listen. I like big hammer go smash. But yeah, no, Drew, I was a hunting horn main on Rise, at least for Switch. I definitely played like very many hours on it. All 100 hours has to be hunting horn. Okay, I'll drop my Steam code a little later for you, Archie. Support you by making sure enemies dead faster. Thank you, thank you. Best tuna fish. I close my ears, Tippins, and I imagine you are supporting me as much as possible. Yeah, we can play Grand Blue together. Once I finish the main story. Oh, that was so sudden. I kind of like that I could just ready up and it'll automatically depart once everybody has readied up. I think that in Rise, the person who leaves would just leave.
あれはレイギエナ。あの時私たちとぶつかった飛竜です。これでは気球がまた落とされてしまいます。
Oh yeah, no worries, Kylie. There's no rush. No rush. Did you save some for the rest of us, Tuna? I'm not gonna use the kunais. I can never use those. I'm so bad at throwing ranged weapons in this game. My main on that game is level 60. Oh yeah, who do you main in Relink, Archie? Wait. How do I... Can I use my net? How do I pull it up? I saw a net earlier. There it is. Will I be able to? I want the wiggly. What's my distance? No! I was a fool. I'm just gonna, you know, walk away. I'm gonna walk away. The net is a projectile? Oh! I was thinking it was like a bug net, you know? We'll get him next time! No. Nobody saw anything. Nope. Absolutely not. Are there more wigglies? I can't believe my best friend is calling me stupid. Chat, are you seeing this? I can't believe. You guys are witnessing it live. Oh, wait. Remove? Huh? Well then. I'm just gonna keep moving. Oh, I see it's equipped. Okay, got it. Oh, I'm just noticing that on my stream, the game is really, the frames are really bad. Is it? I'm capped out at 60. It looks fine. Okay, is it just my OBS that's scaring me? Okay. I trust you. I trust you, Tuna. Let me go! Let me go down! Hanging on to the edge of tomorrow. Looks fine. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay. That is weird that it caps out on OBS. Also, I don't know where I'm going, Kylie. I'm so sorry. Why are you following me? What are we hunting? Legiana. Okay. I am a fool. OBS and World does not get along. Okay, that's very good to know because I was just like, why does it look this bad? Am I crazy? I'm a little crazy. Oh wait, I thought this was a different song. I had a moment. I thought I was dumbfounded. Wee. Track the monster. We are tracking it. Are we not? Oh, hello? The song? Excuse me? Whose song is this? I'm gonna skip it if I can. Oh, you love the song? Okay, it's fine. I'll leave it. Oh, this song! Okay, it's Perception Check. Got it. Hi. Up? Okay, up. There's gotta be a Lexi pick. I think it's Lexi and Tuna. I think it was Lexi and Tuna. I think this because this I'm just playing the Sploons playlist right now, and I'm pretty sure we all like this song. Tom Cardy is goated. What rarity level are your weapons and armor? You might be able to scale down. I believe honestly I'm just using the Defender Alpha set. And I'm pretty sure my rarity is, what is it? I think it's just, is it? It's literally just rarity 1, rarity 6. I have not been, I actually should check out, the smithy after this. Yeah. Yeah. Rarity 1. Tuna! Oh, I see. My playlist is now, hello. Yeah, I'll upgrade and then I'll give you a better thing for where I'm at. Oh, sorry, Automod. That's so silly. Thank you, Tuna. Oh god, wait, I'm trying not to lock onto you, please. Ah. I'm okay. Ooh! I wanted to pick up things. I hate this hill. Why are we fighting on a hill? Oh. Can it? Oh, are you on it, Tuna? Oh my god. Big scream. Oh my god. Please. I'm just getting thrashed and strangled. Oh! That's so silly. I can't believe he can knock at its head like that. Can you please? Okay. Oh. Oh. I was not expecting this to be icy. Please. Ah. Tuna riding the burb? Yeah. That's a cool bird, though. Can you come down? I'm too short for this. Please. I would like to open my map so I can... Oh, did I lose it? Okay. While I'm so 9-5 relationships in trouble. Oh! I've just been flashbanged. Please! No! No, 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 no. Okay. It didn't look at me, thank God. Yeah, I need to upgrade my weapon, huh? Me staring at my damage like, ah, I see. I'm sorry, Tuna. I can just hear Tuna screaming in the background. Hit me! Hit me! Ah. Down, down, down. So many good animes this season. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's why you let the episodes all accumulate until Sunday, and then you watch it all at once, all in one day. That's usually what I like to do whenever I watch any animes. But I haven't seen anything as of this season. We're on spring now, right? I believe there's like 2 things that I think I was looking forward to that I need to check my anime list for, because I have not been paying attention to the seasonals. Oh, please, my demon mode. Okay, please. I am so small. I wish to... Okay. Okay. I would like to somehow jump on its back. Dunmesh, free run, apothecary die. Oh yeah, that's true. Nice, whoever knocked it down. I'm keeping up with 2 of those things. I've been meaning to watch Apothecary Diaries. Where are you going now? Oh, it's a little skull now when it's ready to either be captured or get hunted completely. Keep missing when Pina and I are watching it. Oh, I know, apparently. But you guys are usually watching when I'm at work, so I'm just like, this is fine. It's okay though. I've been watching most of it on my own. Occasionally I'll catch Pina and be like, okay, what episode are you on? And we'll watch an episode, but let's see, where did it go? Me. Bukan, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. That is such a name. I'm sharpening Tuna. Don't backseat game me. How dare you? I'm joking. How do I? Nani? Nani? Eh? Mods? Get this guy. Get this fish. Oh, I see. 14. Oh yeah, Archie. How far did you get in 14? What part of the story are you on? Ooh, the secret. That's okay. I'm gonna skip it right now. Where did it leave again? Where? You're not backseating. You're in this shotgun. God damn it. Yeah, that's right. You're passenger princess. You're right. You're right. Oh, is it further up? Another one? This way? Hmm? Where are we going? Use wire bug. Look up. How do I use them? Huh? Huh? Wedge beetle. Am I supposed to press something on here? Just finished main game. L2 circle. Oh. Oh! There are wire bugs in this game. What? Wild. Thank you. The more I learn. Thank you. But yeah, you got a lot to catch up on. It's gonna be so hard to log on once Dawn Trail releases. Is it up again? Oh, I see. Oh, that's... Oh, I see. Naruhodo. Naruhodo no. I understand now. So is it only the beetles that I can wire bug to, basically? Oh, big sleep. Ah, tuna had bombs. Tuna is the bomb. Ah, big scream. Okay, I like this part of the map to fight on. It's really cool. Oh, or I can just get smacked. That's fine. Yay! Thank you. Are there accommodations again in this game before? Like crazy. Like streaming the game when you play it, even though it's pretty boring to watch. Might wait till later this year. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I will have to be playing story this Friday or else I will not be able to play raids this weekend. Hee hee. Mine around this area? Oh, okay. Probably missing. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of materials, I know. Hey Tuna! Hey Tuna, look at the song! Look at the song! It's from Alien Stage! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh, you can't even hear the music, Lamau. Hey, Jozu! How's it going? How's it going? Let the Raiders settle in for a moment. Let me just get through these really quickly. But yay! How's it going, Jozu? Long time no see! Frostpunk. What is Frostpunk? That sounds cool. But hello, welcome in. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber. I'm in my alt form right now, so I'm blue. I'm a blue bear today. But I like to play a variety of games. Like to play some Persona, like some Pertoba, some Monster Hunter. I like to do some art. I'm gonna eventually get into live 2D. I like to do kind of a variety of things, just whatever tickles my fancy, you know. But any raiders who are coming in, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here. I am but a person on the internet, so yeah. If you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate it. I'm just here for a casual fun time, playing some Monster Hunter, just doing some hunts, building up my HR. I am on that grind now. 3 hours. Lexion, thank you so much for joining in. I hope you enjoy your stay. For anybody coming in, I do have a little check-in feature. You get a little gacha, you get a little drink from the cafe. And it is like a little check-in counter, you know? Please be sure to use it if you'd like. They're pissing on your construction site and causing issues? No! What kind of game is it though? I've never played it. Lexion, thank you so much for the check-in. Enjoy your peach smoothie.
すごい。じゃあ。
ついに谷の最下層に行く時が
It
Oh,
is time to activate
準備
my
してから
third
し
eye.
ましょうか
Third eye! Okay, I see. That was the next quest. Okay, let me do that real quick. Go back to Rotten Vale. Outside. City Builder, which can be very tough, very fun. Oh, interesting. I don't play a lot of games like that, so I will definitely have to check your VOD. For those of you that don't know Jozu, please go check him out. Very friendly, I'm confused. Are you a cat boy? I see that you're so much, and I'm just like, So much going on, different things happening. Oh, it's on sale. Okay. Spring Steam sale is coming up as well. Bellabog from Star Rail. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I didn't want to set a passcode. Okay. Josie the Corgi VTuber. There we go.
ここに必ずマグダラオスの痕跡があるはずです
Okay, I think this one I will have to do on my own for a moment. I believe this is the cutscene one anyways. What am I doing? Search for evidence of Zora Magdaros. Okay. Yeah, go please check out my friend. I'm just gonna run through everything. Okay. Tracks. Where tracks? Also, Jozu, if you gotta go take care of your own stuff, you gotta go do your post-stream things. You gotta go eat. You gotta go hydrate. You gotta go sleep. No worries. I know time zones are a thing. Thank you for stopping by and sharing your community. Much appreciated. It's nice to see you. It's honestly okay. It's nice to see anybody. I have not been streaming in a long while. CRT, thank you so much for the gift subs. We got Jimmy. Who I saw hanging around. Oh,
私も一緒に
what? You're coming too? And to Raph. Thank you. Jimmy! Hello. You lurker, you.
正体ってもしかして
Just looking for tracks.
もしかして
Oh, also, I read your message. Emotes are good. DK, no worries. Words hard. Understandably so. I should whine.
見てください
Jimmy lurks a lot. I'm always so jump scared every time I see your name in my mix it up. Another video about the big jiggly cakes. Ooh, which one? Oh, Archie, I'll give you a cafe recommendation when you come down here. They have the best souffle pancakes. You will love it, I promise.
これより先に行き場はないのに、ゾラマグダラオスは一体どこに？
Oh, also, what's happening to the Discord? So the Discord, the Forest Discord is being closed. It is no longer open to public. But I have my own space now. If you would like to join, you're welcome to join. Yeah, it's been pretty inactive. It's been a little hard to manage, so I figured I would start over. And just gotta make my own space, make my own cafe, you know? Yeah. Mainly closed for inactivity. Yeah. Yeah, so it felt kind of awkward still a little bit updating on it when there wasn't really people active in it, you know? So trying to curate another space. Yes, the link is pinned. It's pinned in the thing. I have not made it a command yet. I keep forgetting to. I literally just opened it up today. Okay. Oh, I can use. Oh wait, you guys can just join, right? You guys can just join. I don't gotta do this. Yeah, as soon as you click the link, you're able to just join. Bugs. Oh, SOS, let's... Okay, well, there are 2 spots, or 1 spot. Apologies. Now I know better. Okay. I thought it was just to leave it open, you know? But I guess not. Yeah! Sure! Totally! Absolutely! I upgraded it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh my god, what is this thing? I would like to say, to be fair, I was welcoming in another community and I wanted to make sure I was giving them my attention. I love, I gotta crouch. Wait, no. Please, stop bleeding. Stop bleeding. Wait, I need to stop. This thing is your Kezu? Is this what it is? Oh my god. CRT. The bane of my existence is this the damn ghost breathing. Does it upset you as much as the, what is it called? The deer, the white one. I remember sending you a picture when I was in Japan when I saw the figure. The name escapes me. Oh, honk. Oh. Anyways. Yeah, the deer. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Boy. What did I get stuck to? Oh, damn it. Oh, also, I don't know if you're still around, Andrew. I don't know if you were joining or if you were in the lobby. Let me know, and then I can, we could probably do a couple rotations if you want to jump in and out to let people join. I'm lost. I'm so lost. Where am I going? No, lot. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm Guma, actually. I made a circle. I didn't need to make a circle, but I made a circle. And I'm gonna continue with the circle. The Monster Hunter deer? Yeah, I think it... Is it a deer? Where is everybody? Are you... Hi? Hi! Oh my god. Low. The Kieran! Yes. I thought that was the bane of your existence, Soren. Oh! The Giffer thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the forest. I hope you enjoy your stay. Ah! Wazoo! Good evening! Welcome in, Raiders! Hold on, I'm going for the tail. I will take a moment. Hi, Bazoo! How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders! For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari. I am normally a brown bear VTuber, but I'm a blue bear today. Like to play a variety of games. Anything that tickles my fancy. Right now, it is Persona. It is Monster Hunter. It is just those two. But yeah, any of your raiders, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Take care of yourself first. I will be here. It's nice to thank you so much for coming by, Bozu. I didn't know you were streaming on Twitch tonight. I thought you were on YouTube. For those of you that don't know Bozu is one of the people who join in frequently on my statics. Likes to play. He is a JPEN VTuber, usually on YouTube. Likes to play a lot of Splatoon, likes to do his progs on stream. Konnichiwa! Konnichiwa! I am Blue Dabba-dee Dabba-die. Yeah, what were you playing? Wait, what were you playing? Oh, you were playing Splatoon! Okay. Oh, you know what I should do? I should add your YouTube to your auto shoutout. That's what I should have done, Bozu. I've just remembered. I'm gonna add your YouTube to that. Very little. Gomen. I cannot speak Japanese very much. I can understand a little more than I can speak it. And I also cannot think and fight. Where did it go? Okay. Where did it go? Where did it go? You were splatting. Get any good wins? Were you doing big run or were you just doing like normal games? Thank you. I have my tuna bot in chat to help me translate. My tuna translate. Is he sleeping? He's sleeping. It was a very fluent hello. Ah, again, it's very, very little. I actually have been thinking about getting the Japanese translator, I believe, that you guys usually use. The one that does from Japanese to English and English to Japanese. I feel like that'd be very helpful. Tuna bot for the win. Exactly. Let's go, Tuna. Oh! Wow, that was very goated. Thank you, Tuna. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Bozu. Explosion! Yes. Yeah, you should play Bozu. I want to add this back into my weeklies. To be extremely honest with you, I brought it in because my fingers together. My JP Oshi has been playing a lot of open lobbies, and I'm just like, I want to play. But he's in Iceborne right now, so I'm just like, I have to catch up basically if I wanted to do anything. Yeah, open lobby. If you ever are down and you see me streaming, or if you see me online, please join. Yeah, he's actually, funny enough, I literally started the stream and he started upstream and I was just like, oh, it's like we're playing together. I'm a little delulu like that, but you know, we have fun here.
よしよし、怪我がなくてよかったわ。ありがとう。隠れてやり過ごそうかと思っていたけど、おかげで助かったわ。
Oh.
ほら、 絵を描くのはおよし。
Your Oshi is Game Bozu. That's a good Oshi to have. That's a very good Oshi to have. Yeah. Oh yeah, so like if anybody he twirls hair. If anybody wants to know, the Oshi that I've been keeping up with that has been currently grinding through is Kugaleo from Neoporte.
この地域一帯は
Yeah, I think he's currently live right now playing. I've been lurking in his stream, like he. Yeah, he's super fun, super sweet. It's always very fun listening to him. He's a very comfy streamer for me. He also speaks. His Japanese is very easy to keep up with personally because he speaks both EN and JP as well. He's Australian, I believe. But yeah, he is who has brought me back into World. Because I was like, I'm determined. But do you have another name to go by? 348 na 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 348 na 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 na
だけど不思議に思わないかい？
何をでしょう。
これほど巨大な生態系。
Ah, Saika. Okay.
養分となったんだろう。
I'm always very curious whenever I see numbers for names in chat. I'm like, how do I refer?
もしかして。
ここは古竜の侵入場所だ。ゾラマグダラオスは死を迎えるためにここに。
Oh. Ah, okay. You started Oshiing my Oshi? Thank you. Please. Leo is such a good boy.
そんな状態で一体どこに？
わからない。
He's very welcoming, which makes me very happy to like sit and actually chat in his chat. And usually with like bigger, I guess, JP Corpo VTubers, I usually just lurk. I don't normally chat.
命が降るよ。 私にあと300年寿命があったらね。
Why does your voice sound familiar to me?
そしたらこの目で命の移ろいを見れたかもしれないのに。じゃあ、あとは任せたよ。私はまだ。
Closest person you have to an Oshi is Okayu. Okayu is a good Oshi.
もう少し命の成り立ちを探していくよ。
Okay. I will make a weapon. I will make a better weapon. I promise. This time, there will be a weapon. All of Hololive and Hollow Stars. Yeah. Did you hear her new song from her birthday? It was so cool. I love the animation for the video. Okay.
大龍神さんに話を聞けば
oh.
マグダラオスの居場所がわかるでしょうか。
Oh, I just have to clear all this, huh? Vitality. Sploons are my Oshi too, bestie. Oh, did you get her sweater, Archie? Her sweater's super cute. I love how it's subtle. Love beam. Ooh. Oh, actually, you're right here. Oh, is it like a one size fits all? Oh my god, what's happening? I know, the love beam is so good. It's my favorite. It's very fun. Oh, so they came here? Oh, okay, we get melding. Okay, cool. Don't worry about that later. Oh, I have so many things to open up. Also, are people in here? Okay, just want to make sure. Just checking. This emote to the it's a good smug emote, huh? It's a good one. I think I use it pretty often in Tuna's chat. Especially when they say something sus, you know? Now using dual swords, yeah, I am using dual swords. I wanted a speed weapon for now. I originally was playing with charge blade. Yeah, I'm a sus bear. That's fine. I know what I am. But yeah, do you also play dual blades? Also, what HR are you, Bozu? Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, the scheme one is also good. Again, those scheme and the heh are very, very frequently used over in Tuna's chat. This is, yeah, you know, that's fine. This is my Chuni. This is my Chuni arc. I'm so edgy. I just get to ninja run too whenever I'm in demon mode. Okay, I'm making look. I'm making new weapons. I'm making new weapons. Actually, can I? What am I? What do I have right now? What is this? Oh, can I not? Actually, what am I missing from it? Oh, upgrade. Thank you. Tuna streams when I'm working, so yeah. Tuna streams over during working hours. Upgrade. Where's the one I was using? There it is. Look, I'm upgrading. Oh yeah. Yeah, or it could be 19 hours. You never know. You never know. Tuna is a mixed bag of, will this be forever? Master rank something. Oh, okay. You're on master rank. Okay, yeah. Well, when do I hit master rank in this game? Is it the same as before? Because I noticed it's a little bit different. Oh, do the defender weapons? Oh, well, the defender chainsaw I had was only at 1. It was only at rarity 1, so I assume I'm just gonna use the defender. I can last until MR1. Okay, perfect. No, it's okay. I'm usually the one bullying Tuna for their homework. Okay, I don't think, yeah, because I can't upgrade any of this. I'll just upgrade the weapons. That's all I can really do. I cannot upgrade this one yet, so I'll wait. Good job, Tuna. Carry on. To be fair though, I've been really bad EP Bear lately when it comes to energy. Okay, Tuna, I had to go to work. I'm sad, okay? And I wanted to stream. I wanted to play. Quests. Slay 5 this. Okay. Was that all the quests I could? Oh wait. Did you have another one? Oh, she had another one. Yes, I wait for the cliff notes from Tuna Sensei. Some weapons, the meta is literally defender weapons. Oh, really? Is that it? you have another thing I had to... Oh no! VK, what does tummy hurt? I'm sorry about that. Okay. Search the ancient forest for first wyvern clues. Should I eat? Does it matter to eat? Does it matter if I eat this early? For a search quest? Oskar-san. Ate too much. Ooh, what'd you eat for dinner? Okay. What else? Oh wait, no. I need to talk to you, huh? Yeah, I need to talk to you. Meowscular chef. Getting yoked in the forest. What a quest title. Have been doing your homework of learning Japanese. A couple more hunts before you get... Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, was that it? Oh, okay, more stuff. Okay, all these sleigh... Really? Another one? I have not talked to him in so long, actually. That makes sense. Anything else? Okay, that was it. Okay, let me go into this then. Where am I going? Ancient forest? Yes. I will go to 11. Ah! No worries, Saika! Is it late? Mata ne! Take care! Thank you for stopping by! Mata ne, mata ne! I love cow emoji so much. Find a first wyvern. Oh, I don't.
宝石を探すところから手分けして探しましょう。大丈夫。今度は無茶しません。
Okay, what am I searching for? Oh god, this okay. Steam really be trying to buy you Maple Story? Oh, I also downloaded Maple Story. I was like, I will play it eventually. Is this a long quest? Oh no. Huh? What do you mean 30 minutes? Okay. We'll see how my energy is post this quest. Wiggly lychee. Okay. Oh, higher, not lower? Heck. I think so. I think this is a solo quest. Yeah. Yee, so don't wait on me. Okay, I will go up. Oh. Hello, Lily Athena. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Oh no. Okay, wait. I have an ad that's about to start up. I will give my little introduction as quick as I can. Thank you for this news. Much appreciated. Hello, welcome in. Hello, welcome in raiders. My name is Guma. I am a normally Usuri Brown Bear VTuber. I like to play a variety of games. But I am just kind of doing a little bit of some casual grinding on some Monster Hunter World tonight. I usually play Persona, but I'm gonna this time I will get Monster Hunter World back into the rotation. But welcome in raiders. If anybody has to go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be hanging around. If you're gonna stick around, I hope you enjoy your time here. But hello, I see you were also playing some World. How was that? Thank you for coming by and sharing your community. Garunara. Oh, wait, this way. Kimi da yo. Kimi nan da yo. I'm waiting for Sploons to do this. Went good. We're trying a Safi community event, but didn't. Oh no! I hear that there's been community events happening recently. So I'm still a little fresh to World. I only recently got back into this because of one of my other favorite streamers has been doing a lot of open lobbies and playing the event. So I was like, ah, okay, I gotta play. But I hope it's been fun. It seems rough though from what I've been seeing. A lot of carts. Okay, it's still going up. I am making my way up. Safi is not a fave, unlike Cool Sage. Segas? Yeah, so I'm still a baby when it comes to this. I normally play Rise and Sunbreak. But I've been trying to get back into the thing, into World. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Well, actually, ugh. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, is it okay if I refer to you as Lily, or do you prefer Athena? Let me know, and I will try to keep that in mind. And also, what kind of games do you like to play besides Monster Hunter? Thank you, much appreciated. Okay, I will be sure to call you Lily. Yeah. Oh. Lots of streamers get Lilia. Oh, I see why they see it. They see the extra A, huh? Gonna head out to bed. Yeah, no worry. Have a good sleep, Bozu-san. I will see you this weekend. Thank you again so much for dropping in, Bozu. It's nice to see you around Twitch. If you guys haven't checked out Bozu, please check them out again. He mainly streams on YouTube, but I believe every now and then you do. Are you multi-streaming? If you are, if you aren't, but yeah, go check out Bozu. Part of me wants to change the name. Oh no! Do you think somebody else has the name? You stream one at a time. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I could not be able to keep up. I would not be able to keep up with two chats. Oh? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I think you'd have to do an underscore, no? Hello, beloved. Tippins, are you seeing this? Tippins, are you seeing this? Unfortunately, I do. Best boy, Rathalos. I really want to get a Rathalos. The little chibi plush so badly. It's so cute. For those that don't know, this is Tippin's most hated enemy. Enemy number one. And Soren and I are here just cheering. Masoko? Huh? That's not intimidating at all. Oh, this is the first wyvern. Oh. Also, while I'm in this, I'm actually going to take a moment because the ad breaks are going to start. I will take a moment to go to my BRB screen and I will stand up and stretch properly. Take my full 3-minute break. If you guys are going to stick around, I would greatly appreciate it. It is the best way to disable pre-rolls for new chatters, just like Lily. Yeah, so please, if you are hanging around, I think you guys should also use this time to stand up and stretch. Yeah, I'll be right back. Standing up feels so good. I'm actually really happy about using these 3-minute ads for just to actually stand up and let blood flow again. I have a bad habit of sitting cross-legged in my chair whenever I'm gaming, so I'm just like, I should not be doing this, but alas, here we are. Also, found a really good spot to actually pause since I can't normally pause. Yeah, no worries, Blue. Thank you so much for hanging around. I greatly appreciate it. It's so nice to catch you around and get to chat with you. I'm so glad that I have found another person with bass taste, so I'm excited to talk about like all sorts of stuff with you. Doya. Why the doya tuna? 안녕우 기유 oyasumi. Have a good night. What's this wyvern talking about? Fiery throne. Okay. Oh, Ellen. Also, is this now a I can leave the expedition and then put up the hunt as a regular quest? Can I do that? Like I did earlier for the other one? Thank you, Kaide. Oh, look at that pig. Have to do that, I think. Ah. You think so? Question mark? Because mine just, well, it just says complete expedition. So this one, can't remember if this was, look at the pig. The pig is so cute though, right? It reminds me of like a bit of it's a kappa. It's like, with the head. Oh no, not a kappa. That one dinosaur. That one dinosaur with the head. The hard head, you know? Oh, it does? Hold on, we're gonna follow it then. Look at it waddle. It's so cute. I can't get over its curly tail. Oh my god. It was there in a mushroom? Oh, it was? Dang it. You. What happens if I get it? Oh, do I just follow it? Oh, the pig is going too! Wait, hold on. I have a feeling I have to catch up to this cat. Hello. Where did you go? Where did you go? Oh, does it have a name? Is it called a mouse swine? Is that what it is? That's so cute. Did I lost the cat. I lost the cat. I'm so sad. And the pig! I lost the pig. I'm unhappy. This is the worst quest ever, actually. Oh, what the heck? Hello. Okay. No, the pig is gone. Ah. Unfortunate. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. I guess I'll try the Rathlos. Hee. We'll see how this goes. Am I making my way back down? Bug trappers. Is it? Hold on. Where is it? Is it better if I teleport? Will it be better if I teleport? Let's see. Where's the other? Okay, I'm teleporting. Because I get lost on this map. I feel like that's my big thing. I get so lost on this map. Can I eat at least? Yes. Okay, I'll eat. I'll try to solo the Rathless. Okay. Welcome back, B-Dog. It's a going. We're doing hunting a Rathalos right now. What are you up to? Oh my god, that scream is so aggressive, Tuna. Oh, it's flying this way. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, is it here? Perfect. I'm gonna go anywhere. You didn't hear it, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lily. Thank you for the nya redeem. No, it's not a sound redeem. Oh my god. That's a sound redeem. Where is this Rathalos going? Why is it going so far? Oh wait. Is it above now? I literally just left there and now you're telling me it went up? Okay. Huh? Stop. I don't want the Jagras. I just want to hunt the... I want the Rathalos. Oh, is it a GIF? No. It's, the nya is literally just me going, nya. Twitch, bring back my Shake Fairy. Bring back my Shake Fairy. Listen, Tuna, you don't have to look at that. You don't have to look at me missing these. Where is my Shake Fairy? Good morning, Pina. Oh, at all? Even though I can see it on the map? Is that how it works? Hello, new. I am Guma. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I will be sure to collect the footprints. It is a new habit I have to remember to do. DK, thank you for the hydrate. I shall hydrate. Oh look, the sound alerts, they work normally now. How's Pina? How was Domino's vaccine visit? Tuna forgetting to check in. Nice. You got the Aibo recommendation. Milk. Oh, you know what's so funny, Tuna? Before you got here, like 3 people in a row pulled milk. And I was just like, wow, if only Tuna were here to see this. I think Arello pulled milk. I'm pretty sure Arello was one of them that pulled milk. Are you? Please stop flying. Please. Oh, you just woke up. Okay. I'm lost. I'm lost. This is literally going to suck up the rest of my energy for... I swear. Wait. No. Huh? 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 I hear music. Oh, is it just these things? Okay, we're leaving. Bye. Yeah, no worries. Lily, it was nice to meet you. Thank you again so much for stopping in and dropping by and bringing your community over. I hope to catch you around playing some Monster Hunter too. And I'm glad you got your name fixed. Take care, take care. Have a good rest of your evening. Can you stop? Where am I supposed to be going? Dude, I'm lost. I'm lost. And the music is giving me anxiety. Where did it go now? You're right there. Please. End my suffering. End my suffering. Wait! Wait! No! Don't leave the area! What do you mean you're leaving the area? Please. Where? I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. And should I be going down here? Okay, okay, okay. I'm trusting it. I'm trusting it. I know, they're very hard to sing. Did you squish my dead emote? Oh my god, you squished my dead emote. Wow, wow. 泣いても笑ってもいいしてね。Ah! You! You! No! Where are you going? I'm gonna cry. I'm going to cry. I can't believe I've been dedged and cry, cry, cry. You're not PETA. You can't say that. Where are you going? I don't understand. I'm in so much pain. Did it go to sleep? If I fly to the camp right now, stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving. I will cry. I will cry. I will cry. It will not be a pretty sight. I'm an ugly crier. How the heck? Where am I? Oh, there. Please. 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 Stay. Stay. Stop drinking water. Okay. Please. Pick up the prince. I'm sorry. I can't be bothered right now. Rathalos in my face. This is terrible. Why do I have to solo hunt this, actually? I don't need the friends. Exactly! Pina gets me. Pina understands. Stop, please. The floor is not lava. I would like it to not be lava. Ratsney! Ah. Nope. Nope. This is... I can't read. This sign can't stop me. This sign can't tell me to do nothing. Please? Sorry, suddenly I don't know how to read chat. Chat can't tell me what to do. I'll simply be on fire. You know what would have been good though? I should have probably made some sort of flash bombs. You're a little aggressive. Oh, frick. Yeah, Tuna can get them for me. Exactly. Exactly. Please. 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 Can I use nullberries? Nullberries work, right? I forget they don't work. God damn it. Okay. You know, I pick a god and I pray. Where's my potion? Hee hee? I missed one. Fireball! Oh! Where are you going? Where are you going now? Sir! Sir, please! Oh, here, Tuna, just for you. Look at this, Tuna! Look at this! Oh, I missed one. Why is it flying so far? Soma! Hey, what's up? How's it going? Thank you so much for the hydrate. I'm hydrating. I'm hydrating. Don't have to do Guma's homework. Just sit up. How are you? How's it going? I saw Rai here earlier. I'm cry. Please stop moving. Please stop moving. My paws can only take me so far. But how's it going? What are you up to, Soma? Do not move. Do not move. Do not move. Is that the squish dead is killing me. Should have been lurking. Oh, thanks for lurking. Much appreciated. Is that the new... Don't you dare push me off this. Hi. You're staying here. You're staying on the platform, right? Right? Oh, I'm an idiot. This is fine. I can fix this. I hate the lock on. Hello. Please get down. I'm very slowly making my way over here. Ooh. You're chilling? Nice. That's good. Please. Can you move? Can we not be over there? Ah! I hate the spot. This is a terrible spot. I am definitely the squished dead emote. Oh, thank God, Okayu. Or not, just kidding. I got poisoned again. Ah, okay. I'm just gonna wail on it. That's all I can do. Oh, no. Please. Please. Why are you on your silly little boat? Thank you. Oh my God, why did the camera get blurry like that? Hello? I don't have antidotes. This is terrible. Why do I keep getting staggered so quickly? Okay. I'm baby. I'm a baby. Please. I'm a baby. I cannot believe I'm getting bullied. Okay, you do something! I'm gonna die. Because my damn cat. Okay. Please, let me. Ah! Hello, welcome in, Raiders! Oh my God, I'm gonna need a moment. You're gonna get the most scuffed introductions. Hello, welcome in. My name is Guma. A variety vtubear, normally brown bear, but I'm blue today. I like to play whatever tickles my fancy. Currently, it is Persona 3 Monster Hunter. Yeah, welcome in, Pandora Delilah. How's it going? Were you... Nice! You're playing some Fortnite? How was that? Anybody coming in with the raid? Hello. If you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I'll be hanging around. If you're gonna hang around, I hope you enjoy the vibes. It's a little chaotic right now. I'm just trying to live. I spammed so many mega potions for no reason. Yeah, how's it going? What kind of games do you like to play? Where's it going? Oh yeah, this playlist is now looped twice because we're hearing a sad song again. Super fun, loving the new season. Ooh. Do you normally like playing like the Battle Royale Fortnite? Do you like normally playing, I've been seeing people play like, I guess, Minecraft in Fortnite? I don't play Fortnite, but I understand it. I've also been seeing Lego Fortnite, which is pretty interesting. But I am glad you're loving the new season. Oh. A little bit of everything. Been doing the battle royales. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, did I get the tail earlier? No way I cut the tail. When? Did I? I'm gonna BM and I'm gonna open my freaking map while I'm... When did I cut the tail? Oh, it's okay. It was just right here. I don't play a lot of battle royales. If I do play any, it's usually Apex. But I have not touched Apex in a very, very long time. Please heal me. Okay, I'm depending on you. And I can't see anything in this. Okay, fine. Yes, okay. I will not break all the parts that I would like to, but you know, if I can just finish this quest, that would be great. Oh, thank you for the follow! Much appreciated, Pandora. Take care, Tuna. Oh, no. Well, at least it's not far. Possibly Dead by Daylight tomorrow. Ooh. I one day will play it. That's fun though. The only games that I've like recently picked up has been like Hunt Showdown. Oh, can I jump from here? Yes, I can. Hello? Why did you put me that way? Hello. New Apex has been kicking your butt. Ooh, I want to play a new Apex. I haven't played. And no, Tuna, no. It is possessive. It is possessive. It is very much so possessive. It is a possessive who's gay. It's you. You're my gay. It was on purpose. It was intentional. Or, you know, I'm gonna get this tail. Wait, I'm stupid. I was not looking at my poison. Wait, please. I got a tail, though. Tail for tail. Okay. Squints. How do we add quotes? It is mod power. Mods may add quotes, though I'm debating about giving it to VIPs. For fun. For fun. I don't care about these footprints. Where are you going? Okay. What quote am I adding? Oh no, what quote are you adding? Hold on, Tippins. What quote is this? Can we talk about this? What could go wrong? Nothing could go wrong. No, Tippins! Tippins! Erase that from memory. It was supposed to be sect. Sect. No! I'm gonna cry. I didn't my coat. Why the fuck is it called a restroom if I'm fighting for my life? Oh my god, can you get down? It was sect! I'm being gaslit by my own chat. Oh, Aru! Thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. I'm gonna scream. I can't believe the slander. This is absolute slander. Dibbins, why would you remember that? That was so 3 hours ago. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Please. Please, I'm so tired of you, Rathalos. I have no bombs. I have nothing to help me. I just have my 2 dual blades. Nice, whoever did that. My cat. Yeah, that was a weird patch, huh? That was a weird Final Fantasy 14 patch. Wonder why they did that. No idea. Oh, do I need to sharpen? I miss having a dog to run and sharpen with. No, Archie, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, did I tell Aru you're gay? Actually. Wait. I keep turning off demon mode. You are. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's okay, because you're my gay, right? Please do not go away. Anjanath, no, not now. I don't need you right now. I don't need you right now. I do not need you right now. You can go be silly with your tiny little arms elsewhere. Your tiny little arms can go. Oh wait, no! Please. Where's it going? Where's it going? Where's it going? Where is it going? It's gonna go all the way to the top. Are you kidding me? Mods at the quote I'm gay. Aru, out of yourself. You're a mod. That's oh, that's fair. That makes sense. I don't care about anything else right now. Screw your footprints, Tuna. Nope. 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 Oh, you know, I missed that one. I was gonna try for that one, but then you know. The ones with the question marks, right? Let it go. It's okay, I'll take my time getting there. Where did you go? Okay. I'll get there. That's a big scream. That's actually really terrifying to hear. Rat's knee. Up here, up here. Please, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Shoves dirt in your face. Sniff it. Wow, that's a beautiful sunset. Big sniff. Oh! Hello! Hello, ma'am! I'm sorry, I'm just gonna casually destroy your husband over here. Oh, this is terrible, actually. This is actually terrible. This is probably the worst thing that could have ever happened to me in a solo Wrath quest. You know, they can fight. They can fight. They can fight it out. They can fight it out. They can fight it out. Oh, okay. Hi. Hello. Are you done fighting with your wife? Am I actually the marriage counselor? Is that what I'm here for? It got washed away by the river. Oh, goodness. I love how it just knocked down there and it's just like, yep, that's it. They just stay there now. Oh, they're programmed not to fight at all? That's so silly. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Could you please get down? They will tag team you? Oh. I don't need this. I don't need a part of this couples counseling, actually. Please keep me out. I would love if I can hit it, though. Oh. Please. Oh, a cliff. Look. There we go. Get down, get down, get down! Oh god, no. No! I'm dead. I peeked over and saw that. That didn't get me, Tuna. You're a fool. No! Please! And my suffering. Oh wait, it's right there. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of death as it.
I'm in danger.
Listen, I just want to do one last hunt with my friends. Is that so much to ask for, Rathalos? I thought you were real cool, but now you're just being kind of a jerk. Oh wait, why did I go back down here? Where are these bugs leading me? Oh god. Oh, down there? Ooh. I went too far. Is it here? This way? Oh my god. I'm struggling. I am struggling. Okay. That's a big fish that startled me. Am I too far? Okay. Okay. This is doable, right? Is this time still? I'm struggling. Where are my bugs leading me to? Oh, was it that far up? It was far up, huh? Yeah, I think after this quest, I'll probably do another hunt quest with the people, and then I think I will call it a night from there. Because I have not been getting the most restful sleep. I actually need to go get some melatonin now that I think about it. Hello? Please? Rathalos? Wait, am I still even... This is still bringing me to Rathalos, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's a very, very long path to get to it. Why is this map so large? Is it sleeping again? Or is it just hanging out? Hello? Hello? Ah, please stop flying. I'm begging. There we go. It's done! Oh my god, it's done! I was so close to finishing it earlier if I just didn't die to poison. I can't believe this. Oh, okay. Freedom! Okay, now I can just leave, right? Because it says to return. Terrible. Terrible. Me thinking, oh, that was quick. No, it wasn't quick. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. Get through this cutscene. Like one last one. One last. Oh, wait, no. Okay, perfect. Diablos? Tell me I can do that with people. Please tell me I can do that with people. I used so many. Okay. Okay. There are people still in the lobby. Hello. I post Diablos. Yeah. Okay, so this'll... You got voted for inactivity? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just jump back in if you would like to. Everybody is welcome to. I believe it should still be the same room code, nothing's changed, and then I'll call it a night from there. It's got a cutscene. Joinable after departure, I see. Okay. Gonna go to Walmart tomorrow and switch the in and outdoor stickers. Oh my goodness. You are just sowing chaos into Walmart, I see. But hello, welcome in. Uh-huh, Tuna. You're gonna help me, right? 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 I did not eat. I always forget to eat. Arello, what is that? What is that? Mickey! Hello, hello. How are you? Oh, not the custom plater. Coffee is bean tea. It's bean juice, actually. Actually. Okay, I will see this is Diablos. And then Perish. I did not want to lock in on that. I've been good. I've been a little eepy, been busy. I've been I've been trying to get back into streaming, so this is the hello. This is me streaming. Yeah, can I also get a slash shout out for Mickey? If you guys don't know Mickey, they are my sweet cryptid child. What, Arello, what is it? What is it? Poppin', poppin'. Okay, I will collect then. I will collect. Frog. Oh. I forgot, no! That was Carva. I didn't mean to. I thought I was gonna pick it up like you do in Rise. I didn't know I was gonna kick it and paralyze myself. Oh, no. No! Rello. I'm gonna cry. Oh, you just reminded me. I don't have a clips channel in my server. I should add that. Alright. Footprints? Oh, no. Hair shrooms. Yeah, what have you been up to? Anything besides Liza P? Oh. Shadow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. No footprints? Footprints. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. I will add that soon. And then I'll make sure you guys can drop it in. I'll do it after stream. Where did they go? Up. Been super duper sick? No, I'm so sorry. I feel like the last time I heard from you, you also were sick. My poor baby. I lost it. Where did the bugs go? Oh, is it this? That's a stone. Oh. Can I please? Okay, I wanted to jump. Celebrating Tanjobi today. Wait. Your birthday or Marna's birthday? Is it also your birthday? No way! Oh my god. Happy birthday! Oh my god, I'm dead. Wait, happy birthday! What did you do today? Do you have any plans? Did you spend time with your family? Eat some good foods? Okay, hold on. Where are my footprints? I lost my footprints. We'll stand in place. Where are you going? Is that it? That's a stone. That's a cactus. Okay. Good. I hope you have a good one. Wow. Claudia Moneta, hello, welcome in, Raiders. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? And give a minute for the Raiders to settle in as I am doing my search. Welcome in, Iceworm, Arabella, Manpreet, the Cyborg Super Soldier, and their miserable. I see. Are you a cyborg VTuber? Big Shroom, welcome in. Bath, hello. The Flamex, hello. Welcome in. For those of the raiders that are coming in, hope you can get settled. Hello, my name is Guma. I like to play a variety of games. Just getting back into some Monhan. Manfred, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, so I'm a little baby a monster hunter. But I like to normally play a variety of games. You'll usually catch me playing some Persona. I will try to get back to doing some art and live 2D on stream. But for now, it's just kind of whatever game tickles my fancy. But thank you so much for bringing your community over, Claudia. It's nice to meet you. I see you were also playing some Monster Hunter. Are you doing the event right now? I know people have been going ham with those events. And thank you for the follow, Claudia. I lost the footprints. I lost the footprints. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Any of the raiders who are coming in, if it's late for you, no worries. If you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, please take care of yourself first. I will be here. Perfectly, not fumbling my quest. Yeah. Juniors 0. Hello. And the Flame, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, you guys. But yeah, I hope you had a good hunt. And also, for yourself as well, if you gotta go take care of your post-stream activities, no worries. I absolutely appreciate you coming over to share the Monhan love. Oh. Ah, okay. This cutscene. I think I remember seeing you play this, Judah. My hairstyle. Thank you. So this is actually my alt form. I'm normally a brown bear, but today I'm a little blue bear. Hold on. Can I? Is it? Yeah. This is the normal look. A sussy. Yes. I am a sussy brown bear. I accept this. I accept my title. God, I don't miss the Diablos. Oh, hello. Do you also have blue hair? Is that what I'm hearing? I am honoring Claudia today. Where that's sus emo Dorello. Blue hair gang. I'm finding a lot of blue haired folks. It's purple. Hold on. What kind of games do you like to play? Do you normally just play Monster Hunter, Claudia? Ah, sand. This is a nightmare to me. So it is blue. It is blue. I would like to say. I'll let that one through. Ah, Diablos. I'll see for myself. Okay. Anybody in the lobby, you guys can join in. Please. Oh, I am so short. I'm too short for this. You can finally hunt again. Yes. That Rathlos took forever. I'm so sad. And oh, also, what weapon do you main, Claudia? I just realized I've had a lot of Monster Hunter streamers come in. I'm just like, I didn't even ask what weapon they were playing. Hello? Yeah. Of course. Of course. Hammer! Yeah! Big bonk. Big bonk. Hammer time. Yeah, it's always hammer time. Okay, so I'm not using hammer right now. I'm using dual blades because I want to be a little speedy boy, but I normally love maining hammer. Hammer, any big weapons. Hunting horn was also a big one I played a lot of in Rise and oh, what the? Anyways, I played a lot of hunting horn in Rise and Sunbreak. But a Sunbreak I switched over to hammer actually. And then this one I'll probably pick up my hammer soon. But for now I'm just doing dual blades for the convenience. Yeah, I need to use a hammer on a fish. Bonk the fish. I can now eat again. Do I need to eat again? Oh, I fainted, so. But yeah, hammer mains rise up. Where's Waffles? Waffles, my fellow hammer main. Eat these nuts. Oh, wait. It's below? Wait. Ah, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the cafe. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay. Please, let me jump. Okay. Ah, tuna. I see. Wow, very appropriate name, Wrathful Hammer. Yeah, slide spin mount. Okay. I have to learn how to slide spin mount on this game, though. I'm so used to wire bugs, so... Yeah, no worries, Claudia. Thank you again so much for dropping in your community. I hope to get you around. We'll definitely peek in. And I hope you have a good rest of your night. Please take care. Can you... Oh, wait. Did anybody bring sonic bombs? Float, charge, hold, move, then you let go. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. I'll have to practice. I'll have to practice. I'm definitely not used to mounting. If I even get like any sort of like action of like going ham on the monster. It's by accident. Pure accident. Scovo! Hey Scovo, how's it going? Do you have a bagpipe, Tuna? Tip-ins? Yeah, it is a bagpipe. Okay. Saucy Bear. Yes, that's me. Oh no, I'm sorry about your headache. Have you been busy today? Have you been drinking a lot of water? Have you been eating enough? Have you taken meds? Oh, okay. He runs. Nice. Spent most of the day in bed. Oh no, not feeling too good. Hey, got the tail. I'm gonna BM in front of the monster. I will get this tail. You have work tonight, or are you taking it off so that you can rest? Oh, come on. Oh my god, it sounds... Oh! Nice. Gimme the carve. Love sleep. Is it time for the sleep? Is it time for sleeperello? Oop, sorry. Did not mean to knock my mic like that. Oh, okay. 3 more hours of work? Okay. Ugh. Okay. That was a lot shorter than I expected it, but I think it's because the solo quest took me so long. I can actually probably still do a couple more quests, and that'll be good. So I did so much damage, and this is meant to be less damage than a defender horde. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, that was really quick. Yeah, we can do a couple more. We can do a couple more if that's how it's gonna be with multiplayer. Are you gonna get the whole week off next week, Aurello? Stun knock, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, of course. Big. Okay, I am gonna stop the music though. I feel like it's become white noise to me now, and I'm pretty sure it's just been playing over. But at the least, the Monhan music is pretty good. 10 whole days! Oh my god! Do you have any big plans? Any fun adventures planned? Or are you just gonna take it easy? I'm logged out of Final Fantasy by Tuesday. Send help. What? Are you saying you're gonna be playing for days straight? Okay, actually, I remember seeing these cutscenes over in Tuna's stream. Either Tuna's or Pina's cutscene, I can't remember.
放出したエネルギーによって身体そう司令ここは避難を優先妹にも気球で
それじゃ間に合わないよしかし討伐した瞬間に火の海であることに変わり
渡りの古竜を討伐するということは
We'll send you some help in game. Yes. We will help you, Aurello. Projects around the house. Nice! And yes, lots of games. Lots of games are always good. Anything else besides Final Fantasy 14? Oh no! Oh, Matt Mercer? Who does Matt Mercer voice? Is he the fleet command, the fleet hunter?
海と近接回廊にやってきた彼をどうにかして海側に
He's like 5 different people? What?
海の中で
I'll probably transfer it over to English so I can hear. I want to know. He's the huntsman? Ooh, okay, hold on. After this cutscene, I'll have to switch it over before we get into more quests. Of course he's the field team leader. Hold on, I gotta hear it now.
なぜならばあれは
来よった。
Oh, you have to close. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, I'll play it in English next time. I'll play it in English next time. I do like hearing the English voice actors. I feel like because I've been playing a lot of Persona 3, it's been very ingrained in my head to hear English whenever I hear voice acting.
待っていたぞ船長よくやってくれた
Puzzles, ladies' day. Oh yeah, little ladies' days today. Okay, I have to do that too. I think it's such a cute. It's a mount, right, for the event.
最新式の
これがあればマグダラオスのよしハンターたちは急ぎ地脈回廊に向かえ
I also appreciate it, Soren. I'm very glad that they always include it.
具体的な説明は現地
Makes me so happy to see it.
よろしく頼んだそれでは
Especially having played it on DS with Monster Hunter language. Okay, yeah, I figured it was the pink one, the spring looking one.
マグダラオスを見送りに行きましょう。私たち全員で。
よく聞け
Oh, we're in a little ad break. I'm gonna take a moment. Just to go through these. I'm gonna speed through these actually, while we're on the ad break. Welcome in, Solarius, if you're in chat. Where am I going? Speak to the handler. Ugh. Hatching tide. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
相棒。はい。行きま
I'm
しょう。
just gonna... Okay, what is the next one? Is it a joinable one at least? A colossal tank. Okay, yeah, it is. It is. Hello. Let me do this. Oh, it's gonna be one of those I have to get to the cutscene as well. This is such a silly. I love this from Monster Hunter so much. It makes me so happy whenever I see the differences in all of the canteen scenes. The food just looks so tasty. Zora Magdoros? Aha. So you guys are helping me with that, right? Right. Right. Wait till you see the Iceborne food. Ooh. I can't wait already. Oh no? What do you mean, oh no? Is it gonna... a colossal task? Sorry. Tippins? 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 Is Zora kick? Okay, yeah, I have a feeling. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Got a good amount of some hunting today. Oh boy. I was already frustrated when I did the little thing where you had to weaken the Zora. And I was just like, is this like Rampage? Because I don't like Rampage. After you get this, past this guy, you're in HR though? HR? MR? HR. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even realize, to be quite honest with you. Right. Just like how Master Ink is Sunbreak. Oh, really? Wasn't it? Oh, man, I feel like I knew what it was supposed to be, but what is it exactly? If not all of it is in gibberish.
マグダラオスの勢いを止めなくてはならない。奴の体力を減らし、
That's such an intense cutscene.
そして今一つ。おそらく今回もネルギガンテがやってくるだろう。奴が場を乱した場合、撃退は任せた。
I love my singular Palico. Oh, there's the other
お
Palico.
前たちにかかっている。頼りにしているぞ。
Mix of Japanese and Anglo-German, Germanic. Oh.
奴が現れたら合図。
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't care too much about that section, but honestly, I probably should take that off. So you can actually see my face. Honestly, I just want to have layered armor again. Good layered armor. And then I can worry about my face. What is this? No, keep it on. Heck you, Tuna. Heck you. My cat! Oh wait, that's so cute. Some helmets look really cool. Yeah, I figured. Don't love beam me. Oh, this is so cool. Huh? Barnos? Oh, we're on it already. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, I think people should be able to join now. Yeah. Wee. The dope layered armor doesn't come until the end of the game. Oh, of course. Of course. Listen, I just gotta get that wiggly head and then I'll be good. I will be good. I just need the wiggly head. Okay. Just gotta... We just have to go across. Oh, hello? Base. Oh, yeah. That's sad. How do I attack it? Am I trying to hit the cores again? Or is it different? Wasn't until Iceborne. Okay. I'm a fool and I don't think I can actually go across here. Yeah, I can't. We gotta go back. I think. Okay, yeah. Ah, why did I go around this way? Your favorite big monster, Soren? Is it? Is it really? Look for some little glowing cones. Yeah, that's what I was looking at for like the first time. Hello? Okay. Oh. Oh, hello? That was quick. Oh my god. Oh my god, seeing everything move. Hello? Okay. Okay, I see somebody over there. Is this one? Oh, this one? Okay, this is the one that got destroyed, right? And then we gotta make our way up again. Oh! Should I not have... Huh? How did you go... Oh, how did you get down there again? Oh, up. Up is where I gotta go. Up is where I gotta go. Oh! Nice, thank you. Up and around. Oh my god, that was such a weird glitch. I saw Tippins just fly and then go off to the side. Oh my god, hello? Excuse me? Wait, what is that monkey on you? That's so cool. That's so silly. Is this a layered armor? He's just a little guy. Oh. He's just a little guy. Okay. Oh. Where are we supposed to hit? I feel like we've been going in circles. Okay. Up here? Oh. This is something to hit? Ah, okay. Oh! Okay. Oh, oh, oh. Am I supposed to climb up here? Or go down? No, cannot go down. Go up here. Where's Tippins? Tippins? Where did Tippins go? I feel like I'm so lost on this. Okay. Is it just... Yeah, it's just... Okay, I'm climbing. I'm climbing. Still up? Okay. More up. Oh no. Okay. Oh look. Oh, okay. I was gonna mine. I am very much so on fire. Hello? Eh? That's the binder. I can roll? Hold on. Oh! Okay, 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 okay. Listen! I'm lost. Okay. Never mind, I'm good. Okay. I'm running to the back. There we go. Whee! Oh, is that a ping? Can you ping in this game? I was just on fire. Oh. I was fine. I'm fine. It is Niggy. I always hear about this monster. I don't know yet what's so great about it. It looks pretty cool, I guess, but I can now eat again. Okay. Whoa. I don't like this perspective. Okay. Both Ruiner and regular? Wait, there's two kinds? Oh no, I'm scared about fighting it then. Oh, I see. Should not have jumped down. I followed everybody else. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Okay. Can't wait for you to perish instantly. Tuna, Tuna, don't do this to me. Ah. Wait. Did it? Wasn't Tippins at the end of that? Huh? We just have to wait? Is that what we're doing? Hello, Tippins. Look at your little bagpipe go. Are we just waiting? Is that oh we need an I have arrived dies moment for given. No we don't. No. No. None of that. That's Pina. That's Pina. That's not Guma. Oh. Okay, hold on though. Really, like, are we supposed to wait here? I'm gonna. Final skirmish? Ah, okay. Hurry up and wait. Oh, okay. Well done. Poor Pina always dying. Hee. Oh my gosh, it's so cool seeing the environment in this game. Oh, or simply get brought over here. Easy. Yeah, I don't even think we've ever gotten a Farcaster yet so far. Oh, I see. Can I fire it? I'll fire it. Oh, okay. Thank you! So we had to wait till it walked far enough. Oh, that makes more sense. Oh my god. It is so intimidating. It's huge. Oh! Okay, this is fine. Having to do this alone sucks. With friends, better. Much more convenient. Wonder how those cannons work, being able to fire 5 at a time, right? Imagine the amount of gunpowder I'd need. Ah, okay, I will simply fire this one. It's not anywhere weak. Get out. Okay. Is it better if I use the ballista? Oh, the thing is I have to reload the ballistas. Okay. That's fine. Come to the far left, Dragonator. Okay. Oh, there's a Dragonator. Wait. Wait, am I on the wrong left? Do I know my directions? There's a gap to jump down to a ship. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Should I do that now? Should I do that after? Does it matter? Oh. Okay. But it's still not weak. Oh, well, you know, at the end of the ship. Oh, okay. I see where you are. Ah. Oh. Killed it too fast. Even though it was saying it's nowhere near weak enough. Hello? It's okay. There will always be other Dragonators. Big sleep? Is it big sleep for Zora? Yay! Thank you guys. I was lied to. They can steal your glory as long as they don't steal your fear. Nice. Built different. Your fever can't be stolen, but it's just out there, Tippins. Yay! Thank you guys. It's Ganondorf. Yay! Okay, so that gets me into higher rank now, right? Right. Right. He's stuck hopping in circles instead of spinning. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wow. Okay. Let me clear some of the exclamation points and then start settling. Oh, it's over here. Oh wait, no, it was the captain. Okay. Hee Tippins. Tippins, you looking a little quotable there, Tippins. Tee-hee? RC, random items. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wow, this... Oh, there's so much I'm gonna have to go through later on. Is that the only... Where's the other one? We're at the handler. I talk to you from here? No. I talk to you from here. Thank you, Tuna. Thank you. Alright. I think, let me do a quick save before I forget, because I always forget. It's Pie Day, and it's also White Day. I forgot. It is a White Day. Okay, so I think, yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Had a good amount of time, good amount of leveling, getting my rank. Stretch. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move over to my other screen. Hold on. Does this button still do what it needs to do? We're gonna see. Yeah, okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. I get so mixed up with my buttons sometimes, and I'm just like, huh? Oopsie. Make sure to mute the game. So you guys don't have to listen to that. But thank you guys so much. Oh, Jeremy, thank you so much for the follow. I will try to make this a weekly thing. I need to fix that, Tuna. I'm a fool. I didn't fix it. But I do have a nice shiny new Discord that is pinned there in the top. But yeah, thank you so much, section. Appreciate you jumping in, joining in. Thank you. I will be, so I have to catch up to Final Fantasy content before the next raid this Sunday. So I will be playing some Final Fantasy this Friday. I would like to do some more Mon Hunt, but I think I should catch up to current content. But yeah, I hope to catch you around Eorzea. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate everyone stopping in. And thank you so much for everybody who is dropping in. Por qué no los dos? Yeah, you're right. The problem is I'm not an endurance streamer, unfortunately. You want an endurance streamer? You can check out Tuna. Tuna will go on for like 18 hours over strategy RPGs. But yeah, you got the raid message ready, and I'm just kind of like, wait, I need to find somebody to raid. Let me figure that out right now. Let's see who is on. Okay, so I had a lot of world trains today, so I think I'll actually go find somebody who's also streaming some Mon Hunt World. Will it be my Oshi? Who knows? Look at that, my Oshi is still streaming. Okay, I'm a little embarrassed, but do I be that person that goes in and raids my Oshi? Am I gonna be that do it? I'm so flushed. I'm pretty sure he recognizes me in his YouTube chat, so I'm kind of just like, do I do it? Raid Oshi? Okay. I'm nervous. Please be nice. He has a JPEN community. He does speak English. So please send love. Be kind. Please don't make me look weird. Oshi, it's like your favorite like your favorite person, you know? Your Oshi is Laxi, Drew. Your Oshi is Laxi. I was about to shout out Kugaleo. Will I be able? Actually, can I raid him? I'm so nervous. Okay. Yes, okay. We can raid him. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be so normal. I'm so normal. Be kind. I will just please, if you want my next stream, it'll be Friday. I will see you on Friday. I'm not sure what time yet, but if you would like to get the stream pings, you can be on the Discord, or you can turn on my stream notifications. Yay. Okay, my heart is beating. We're gonna go for this. Okay, I'll catch you guys later. Bye. No, please be normal, Drew. Please be normal. Please stop. Okay. Catch you later. Bye.